Ba 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 da 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 da. Wow! 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 Welcome to the 2025 Sports Krunch NFL Draft live stream. I am your host, David Cromelo, joined as always by my right-hand man, Hal Bent of Full Press Coverage. And Hal, this draft might lack star power at the top, but I don't think I've ever been excited for an NFL draft in my life. These past few days, as I said on the live stream yesterday with Carl Dummler, teams spun me around like they never have before. Conflicting information left and right. The Bears are going to do this. No, the Bears are going to do that. No, the Broncos are going to do this. No, the Broncos are going to do that. Truly, as Todd Pelissero himself said this morning, he has not recalled ever in his years covering the NFL a draft in which reporters like himself and teams were just absolutely clueless as to how the middle of the draft will unfold. And I think we are going to be in for the roller coaster ride of a lifetime tonight.
Oh, no doubt about it, David. Like we talked about, that middle of that draft from pick 5 to pick 4 to pick 25, wide open. We could see a run on a positional player. We could see, last year with that crazy run on offensive players. That starts happening again. We'll see tight ends flying off the board early, skill position players, second round wide receivers everybody's talking about. That could end up into the 20s. We've seen it so many times in the past. One position starts getting hit, and all of a sudden, teams are all over the place, trading up, trying to get that last player that they have pegged at that position of need. And for all the teams that talk about drafting the best player available, forget it. Everybody's filling a need on their team, and everybody's looking for that guy. And when their guys start dropping, they're going to start moving.
Oh, you said it. And it's not just because like I used to say there's only 4 or 5 or 6 true blue chip prospects. It's actually really 3. And those 3 are Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, and Ashton Jeanty. And then there's like that middle group of like Mason Graham, Tyler Warren, Colston Loveland, and Jalen Walker. So you got 7 picks or so, but around like pick 8 to 12, the fall off from there, as Benjamin Albright, a great NFL insider, said, the drop off from that range all the way to say the tail end of the 3rd at pick 100, if not well into the 4th, is as minute as it has ever been.
Exactly.
Because after like those handful of players, the variance in grades teams are giving these prospects are as wide as ever.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, we're going to go on, the draft's going to end, and all 32 teams are going to sit here and go, I can't believe player X was available for us in round Y. And, you're going to hear that 32 times. But like you said, that variance so wide here. I mean, just some of these players positionally, where are you going to play these guys? Are they a cornerback? Are they a safety? Are they an edge rusher? You've got these tweeners in between. Are they a 3-4 end? Are they a 4-3 end? Are they going to drop because of the team's defensive alignments that they have? We've got new head coaches. We have no idea what Liam Cohen's going to be doing with this draft. Everybody's slotting him a defensive player there. Give me a break. Things are wide open.
And we're going to talk about the Jaguars in just a minute, but we have a question from a good friend of mine, Scotty Safranik. He wants to know who the Bears are taking, and I wish I had an answer, but I cannot answer that for you. They are trying to trade up for what it's worth, and their target is Ashton Jeanty. However, if the Jaguars do indeed move up from 5 to 2 for Travis Hunter, I don't think the Bears get Jeanty. And I could, if that happens, here's how I see the first several picks. All right. We all know Cam Ward's going number 1 to the Titans. Number 2, if the Jaguars trade up, they're taking Travis Hunter because they've absolutely had a man crush on him this entire time. And the 3rd pick, I think the Giants stay put and take Abdul Carter. Number 4, the Patriots everybody in the NFL universe is telling including their moms, no, it's Will Campbell. So at 5, if Cleveland trades there, I think they take one of the 2 other tackles in Kelvin Banks or Armand Membu. And the Raiders at 6, I think they take either Genty or the remaining tackle. And and at 7, if one of the tackles is there, especially if it's Membu, I can see the Jets taking him. But if Genty falls to 7, I think 7 is the floor for Genty. 7, because Breece Hall, rumor has it, the buzz has been loud for weeks that he's out of the trading block, because as talented as he is, he's had his injury problems, and the new regime led by Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn, they do not believe in signing running backs to a second contract. And when you're a first-time GM making a pick, you want to set the tone for your culture, and Genty is one of those guys that fits the mold of a culture changer. And he would make a lot of sense. Or Tyler Warren. That's the ceiling for Tyler Warren, 7 overall, because they are Adam Schefter reported they are enamored with Tyler Warren. So, and 8, the Panthers want to trade out. They want more picks. But if they're forced to stay at 8, I think Jalen Walker is their pick because he's very similar to Frankie Louvu, who was with the Panthers for so long. They're familiar with those hybrid edge linebackers, and they'll have an idea how to get the most out of Jalen Walker there. Pick 9, the New Orleans Saints. They're definitely not taking a quarterback. I can tell you that for darn sure. They're definitely not taking a quarterback. But a player.
You can't say anything with Mickey Loomis is set in stone. I'm sorry, David.
But for what it's worth, Albert Breer, Benjamin Albright, Peter Schrager, Matt Miller, and Daniel Jeremiah all mocked Michael Williams to the Saints tonight. And that would make a lot of sense for the Saints because he's like that natural heir to Cam Jordan, who is on the final legs of his, dare I say, Hall of Fame career. Yeah. And the Bears at 10, I think they'll have a choice. If the board falls that way and all the tackles are gone, they'll have a choice between whichever tight end is there, like a Colston Loveland or a Tyler Warren. They could go with a Mason Graham if he falls that far, or a Michael Williams if he's available. Michael Williams is an ideal scheme fit for the Bears defense, FYI. Or they could trade back. And keep in mind, as I said on our podcast, a sleeper name to watch for the Bears is Travion Henderson, the running back out of Ohio State, because Ben Johnson might see him as his version of Jahmyr Gibbs in Chicago. He's not necessarily Jahmyr Gibbs as a talent, but he can fill a similar role in an offense. And he has a relationship with a current Bears running backs coach, Eric Bieniemy, that dates back years. So my guess is as good as yours, Scotty. Anything can happen right now. But some names to keep in mind, it's Ashton Genty if they trade up, but if not, keep an eye on Tyler Warren, Colston Loveland, Kelvin Banks, or if he falls, Michael Williams. I'm not saying Membu because Membu's a right tackle and the Bears have a right tackle already in Darnell Wright.
Although a lot of scouts think Membu, where he's young, where he's got that size, he's got the left tackle size, he's got the foot movement, the agility, the lightness on the feet to go with that strength. They think he's quite movable to the left side, a lot of the team. So, if they were going to make that investment, if Membu's sitting there in front of him, he might just be the pick and get him on the left side, get him in front of a mirror right away.
Yes. Well, the buzz coming out of Hal also suggests that they see him as a right tackle, but if they were lying to us, and there's a decent chance they were, and Ryan Poles does think he could play left tackle, then I'd make that pick. If he but Kelvin Banks makes a lot of sense. And Kelvin Banks,
I love Kelvin Banks. Yeah,
this is a guy that has been like one of the forgotten men of this draft cycle, a classic case of prospect fatigue. People watch so much of his film in college. He started 42 games, and we're just trying to nitpick everything. And I'm not saying there aren't flaws in his game. There are plenty of flaws in his game. But he is but Ben Johnson, what does he want the most in an offensive lineman? He wants offensive linemen who can get out on the move and hit moving targets in space. Kelvin Banks is arguably the best lineman at doing that in this draft. Exactly. And also, if he fails to tackle, he could succeed Joe Thuney at guard. He's got that versatility. He's a long-term piece regardless of whether he succeeds at tackle. or not.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's a 3-year starter, started as a freshman. You know, I mean, there's nothing out like we said, if he could have been in the draft after his freshman year, he would have been a top 5 pick in 2022. But staying in the league 3 years, you know, like you said, it's easy to start that fatigue and picking at him, but really, missed 1 game over 3 years. You know,
High
humble,
character guy too.
high
Yep.
character, humble. You know, I mean, again, what more do you want? I mean, this gets into the whole arm length with him as well, and the wingspan. It's a
No,
big
his wings. Yeah, his
wingspan's
wingspan.
pretty good.
And if you think his wingspan is great, and Will Campbell's wingspan very minute for a
Yes,
tackle.
exactly. And you know, still has longer arms than Campbell. So yeah,
Yeah.
I don't like I said, you know, Banks, he was right up at the top of the list of tackles before the season. He didn't do anything to drive himself down. You know,
Yes.
first team All American,
Yeah.
Lombardi Award, Outland Trophy. I mean, I don't know what else the guy can do.
Yes.
You know,
Totally right. And also, if the Jaguars do make that trade up to 2 with Cleveland, then I wouldn't be shocked or surprised whatsoever if Kelvin Banks is their pick at 5. There's a very good chance, and this is not just me, it's what these insiders have been saying, that Kelvin Banks doesn't even make it to 10. Because after those 3 tackles, big drop off.
Yeah. I mean, Josh Simmons was my number 1 coming into the year, but you know, he only played 6 games. So you've got the medicals. There's a ton of questions on him. He looks more like he's going to settle in somewhere between 15 and 25. And he's a little bit of a gamble because again, with Simmons, he should be, if you look at his tape, he's number 1 tackle in the draft as far as I'm concerned. But you look at the medicals, that's where you see him dropping off. And he's really, you know, we've seen it so many times. These players, some of them bounce back from that injury, and they're a Frank Gore. They never miss a game for 20 years. And you know, other guys, you forget you know, that guy was a first round pick 10 years ago. I forgot he was even in the league. They just never get it back. So it's such a coin flip. But yeah, if you've got a scratch ticket and you're at 15 to 25. You know, there's somebody I could see Kansas City trading up for, taking a shot on Josh Simmons.
Or do not sleep. If there is a team that is a strong candidate to make a big move up the board, it is the Houston Texans, because the Houston Texans, they're undergoing an offensive line makeover. They traded away Laramie Tunsil and there were reasons, because he's getting old and getting long in the tooth, and D'Amico Ryans just did not see him as a culture fit, and wants to build a new offensive line of guys that fit the locker room culture. And whichever offensive lineman they take, Albert Breer's words, he fully expects them to be completely clean from a character perspective. And and I'm talking any offensive lineman, whether it be a tackle or a guard like a Tyler Booker. Talk about a high character guy.
Oh, yeah.
The Texans trade up. And right before the draft, they agreed to terms with the Browns, as I'm sure you've heard, on a late round pick swap. The Texans traded away 166 overall this year, at their 5th in 2027 to the Browns for the Browns 2 6-round picks this year at 179 and 216, and the Browns 7th at 255 overall. And I think the reason why they do that, I think they're angling for a move up the board for an offensive tackle. Or, and here's another name, if the offensive line comes to stride, they need another wide receiver, obviously Nico Collins. Definitely. How about C.J. Stroud's former teammate at Ohio State, Emeka Egbuka?
Ooh, I like that idea. Yeah, and we know, David, a 1 trade in the books already. You know, let's face it, Nick Caserio, I mean, it's a guaranteed 3 or 4 trades every single draft here. Like, he's got it set in stone. They're moving. It's just a matter of when.
here's the challenge here. Because of the lack of blue chip talent, like there's only 3 blue chip prospects, as we said several minutes ago, in Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Nash, and Genty. But but after that, it's like a glut of like guys, as we said, all the way from the pick 8 to 12 range, all the way to the end of the third and in the fourth, very small drop off. So if teams do want to trade back, they're going to have to be willing to swallow a discounted price to trade back, because teams aren't going to be willing to give up premium assets to move up in this draft. So that's the challenge. It's a seller's market. Trade prices are going to be lower than usual tonight. So if you set the over under at 5, I initially bet the under, but given what the buzz going on right now, and Jonathan Jones, who's the main NFL insider for CBS, he said that he wouldn't be surprised if we see double-digit trades tonight. I don't think I'm going to go that high, but I think I'm going to go over 5. Would you take the over on 5 right now?
I would definitely take the over on 5. Yeah, we're going to see some movement there, no doubt about it. And like I said, especially that second half of the draft, I think that's where the fireworks are going to be. We're going to see some teams jumping around, a lot of movement. And like we talked about, these quarterback needy teams that are passing on quarterbacks after Ward's off the books, Cleveland can use a quarterback. The Giants can use a quarterback here. Watch them. If, the Raiders aren't drafting a quarterback in the first round, diving back into that first round to get that quarterback, trying to play leapfrog over each other, back up in there. These playoff teams at the back of the draft, they're just, they're just going to load up on draft capital here.
Yes. Yes. It's a very real possibility we'll only see one quarterback off the board tonight. One. Yep. And that's obviously Cam Ward at 1, who we'll talk about when Roger Goodell puts the Titans on the clock. And Shedeur Sanders. The buzz has been getting louder about him and the Steelers at 21. But if he does not go to the Steelers at 21, and people are still far from 100% sure he does, then I don't think I think he waits till Friday to get his name called. And the rest of the quarterbacks too, unless somebody wants to trade up for Jackson Dart, who as we both agree, we wouldn't be shocked if he went ahead of Shedeur Sanders.
Not at all. And like we talked about, those tools, he's got the tools. He just has more work to show. You're betting on that ceiling instead of Sanders, who's got that floor. So yeah, Dart. Again, you've heard the crazy things of, somebody will draft him in the top 10. I just don't see that happening. But, once we get down into after pick 12 or so, pick 15, we've seen runs on quarterbacks way earlier than they should be. It's an NFL tradition. So
yes, but if there is one position that could get pushed up the board even more than quarterback tonight, it is offensive lineman. Because like I said, after the first 3 tackles, who might not even, and there's a good chance that the third tackle doesn't even make it to 10. Big drop off after the first 3 tackles.
Oh yeah.
Because Josh Simmons, he's coming off that injury and he has maturity issues. And Josh Connerly might need a year in the weight room to build his core strength. Yeah. And Ariante Ursary a project. So
you can't trade.
Add the interior offensive lineman. You've got some guys at the top in Gray Zabel, Tyler Booker, Donovan Jackson, who also can kick out to tackle. And after those guys, though, so you could see some guys like a Connerly or an Ursary get pushed up the board as a result of the offensive line run, which I expect is going to happen very early tonight.
Yeah. I mean, it's the premium position, and that's where these runs happen. The quarterbacks, the wide receivers, the left tackles, I would say defense, but after last year, I don't know. I don't know how premium, but edge rushers, obviously, and cornerbacks, I would consider premium positions as well. Once those guys start dropping off the board, they come off in a hurry.
Yes, and we got 12 minutes before Roger Goodell steps up to the podium, and there's a couple things on my mind right now. We essentially covered the theme of this draft and why it could be one of the wildest drafts we have will ever see. And what I am obsessed with now is what is happening for 2 AFC West teams right now as we speak. Pete Carroll is posting on X, clues as to who the Raiders pick is going to be. His first hint was two guys shivering and with scared faces from the movie Sinners. His second clue was Snoop Dogg. And his third clue is the Outkast song So Fresh, So Clean, with the lyrics showing Teddy Pendergrass, cooler than Freddie Jackson, sipping a milkshake in a snowstorm. And Benjamin Albright, I'm sure you might have heard, he posted a riddle before the draft last year that it was a 5-sentence riddle, and the first sentence started with I, the second sentence started with T, the third started with S, the fourth started with B, and the fifth started with O, and thus it's Bo. And his riddle for the Broncos pick was harder this year. The riddle it includes a picture of Jermaine Jackson, a picture of King Edward VI, a picture of a Sierpinski or Pascal triangle, and a picture and a painting of Lowe's Motor Speedway by Sam Bass, a legendary NASCAR themed artist who passed away recently. And it's not as easy as you think. The argument for the pick being Omarion Hampton. Jermaine Jackson is the same height or a similar height as Omarion Hampton. Omarion Hampton is 6'1". Jermaine Jackson is 6'1". Lowe's Motor Speedway is obviously in North Carolina, where Omarion Hampton went to college, UNC Chapel Hill. And there are 28 iterations of the Sierpinski triangle. Omarion Hampton's jersey number is 28. And King Edward VI was born, the name of the place he was born, Hampton Court. But it could also be Travion Henderson. And here's why. Jamal Henderson is portraying Jermaine Jackson in the upcoming movie about Michael Jackson. I think it's called Michael. Pascal's triangle has 32 rows, and obviously Travion Henderson wore number 32 at Ohio State. King Edward VI is the son of Henry VIII, and the name Henderson literally means son of Henry. And Sam Bass, who painted the picture of Lowe's Motor Speedway, like Travion Henderson, is from Hopewell, Virginia. So, and Ben explicitly said, no, there's only one answer, but based, and I've given up on it. I'm going to wait for Kim to unveil his response after the first round tonight as to what the answer was. Like, he makes clear there's only one answer, but I think he gave a clever kid. And based on the buzz, the Broncos have very similar grades on both of those running backs.
Yeah, David, I'm not figuring that out. I can tell you that much right now when it comes to riddles on Twitter. So count me out on that. But yeah, running back rich draft here. We've talked about that before.
We expect 3 to go tonight. Obviously, Ashton Jett had those two we just mentioned, Travion Henderson and Omarion Hampton.
Yeah, I mean, those guys definitely in the mix. And yeah, those running backs are right there. And, you know, a lot of people have Caleb Johnson right there with that as part of that, you know, the 3A on the big three here in the draft so far.
Yes. And as a result of these running backs that are going to get drafted, it's a very deep class. It's arguably the deepest class of running backs we'll ever see. Like, there were 30 running backs drafted in 2017. I think we're going to get north of that this year.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're going to see that as well. I mean, just so many good running backs available out here. Like you said, draftable. Yeah, especially the day 3. I mean, I think we're going to just see running backs flying left and right coming off the board.
And you got a variety
value of those.
You got flavors on day 3. You've got interesting guys like Brashard Smith, Marcus Yarns, Byshal Tootin. Byshal Tootin, I wouldn't be surprised
if he goes in receiving back. Yeah, he could be a third rounder.
LaQuint Allen, another great receiving back out of Syracuse, late round guy. If he somehow falls, I don't think he falls, but never say never. If he falls to day 3, Damien Martinez out of Miami, quintessential hammer. Jarquez Hunter out of Auburn, another potential 2-down hammer. Ollie
Gordon out of Oklahoma State. Love Ollie Gordon. Yeah.
Absolutely. A lot of people had him as the best running back in the class when this process started, but I think, and some people say his struggles could have been because Oklahoma State absolutely stunk all around last year.
Exactly.
So,
Brashad Smith, a speeder.
Running back wide receiver hybrid. Yeah.
Yep.
And But I think we're going to see some veteran running backs traded this week. Like Brees Hall could be traded. Tyler Algier of the Falcons could be traded. Especially if they take somebody on day 3 that they know could take his place on day 1. I would be surprised if they traded him because it's in the last year of his rookie contract.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be are the teams going to give up draft capital? Are they going to give up something to get these established running backs with this depth? I think we're going to see teams trying to trade them. I don't know how many takers they're going to get, I can grab, Texas's Jadon Blue, who, just produced for Texas all these years and slot him in the 4th, 5th round,
Yes. And we were talking, we still got a couple minutes before Roger Goodell comes to the podium. So I want to cover this. And this is a thing that I wouldn't necessarily be surprised by based on what's transpired, buzz and intel wise over the past several days. A guy who many believe will not get out of the top 15 is Ole Miss defensive tackle Walter Nolan. Walter Nolan, this is a guy who has character concerns, but they're not like Mike Green level character concerns of like the sexual assault allegations or like the James Pierce being a locker room headache kind of guy. Like he's a guy that like needs an infrastructure in place to control some of his impulses and light a fire under him. But Lance Zierlein has always had this entire process Walter Nolan as his top defensive tackle ahead of Mason Graham. And Mason Graham, if he falls past picks 5, 6, 7, and 8, I wouldn't be surprised if Walter Nolan is that first defensive tackle off the board because he has an infinitely higher ceiling.
Yeah, he's got that high ceiling. And, he's huge. He's 6'3", he's 300 pounds. He's, teams are looking at Walter Nolan and they're like, trying to figure out, this guy, the quickness that he has, that first explosive step, that he's got that edge rusher explosion at 300 pounds in the middle of the defensive line. I mean, this guy is a game wrecker out there. So I mean, for Nolan, I wouldn't be surprised either because, he put up the production at Ole Miss. He had the production at Texas A&M before as well. So definitely teams are going to look at him and say, hey, if we're confident in what we have there to keep him on the straight and narrow, no problem. I mean, there's a guy that you want a defensive tackle in the backfield. He's your guy.
Some people think his ceiling is the 49ers at 11, and they have the infrastructure in place to help him because Chris Kacherik is arguably the best D-line coach in the NFL. He'll know how to maximize him. Or even as high as the Panthers at 8. Matt Miller of ESPN said yesterday the rumblings about Nolan being in consideration for the Panthers at 8 were rampant yesterday. Wow. For what that's worth. So Peter Schrager said he'd be shocked if Walter Nolan lasts past 15. So so you wouldn't necessarily be shocked out of your shoes if he goes before Mason Graham.
No, shouldn't be. I don't think Mason Graham's a lock. It's like, if all this Will Campbell talk, if Membo comes off first, I wouldn't be surprised either. It's, this draft is after you get past those 3 players, it's what's your flavor, what's your fit, what's your character, where do you rate the character concerns? And out of all of those guys, there's Ward, Hunter, Carter, Genty. Those are your locks. After that, nothing's going to surprise me.
Without a doubt. And let's talk about the potential blockbuster trade involving the Jaguars. If they move up, they're trading up to the Browns at 2. And I just want to paint both sides of the story for both teams. So let's start with the Jaguars. Their new GM is James Gladstone. He is a disciple of Les Snead. He worked under him with the Rams, and he was arguably the guy conducting the orchestra for their impressive draft haul last year when they got Jared Verse and Braden Fisk to completely revamp that defensive line. And the Rams, they said, it was all about fuck them picks. Well, it was getting rid of premium picks, yes. But in years where they didn't have premium picks, they constantly got a quality contributor or 2 or 3 on day 3 because they just trust their scouting department like no other team does. And James Gladstone, I fully expect he's operating the same way in in Jacksonville, by saying, we're going to trust our scouts, and I trust my scouting guys to find day 3 talent. So I'm willing to give up premium assets this year or next year to get a unicorn talent in Travis Hunter.
Yeah, and Travis Hunter, look at, he's helping Trevor Lawrence no matter what position he's playing there, and that's got to be the most important thing for Jacksonville. They hit on Brian Thomas at wide receiver. After that, it's a muddled mess behind him. Unless you're a Diami Brown believer, Gabe Harris didn't show anything last year, and the same thing in the secondary as well. They need help at the cornerback position. Jarrian Jones is a good player. Tyson Campbell, good player as well, but Hunter upgrades cornerback position immediately for them as well. So whatever way they go, whether they're playing them 75% on offense, 25 on defense, or 75 on defense and 25 on offense, they couldn't get anybody off the field last year. So you need a cornerback that's going to be able to create turnovers. Hunter,
or shut down one side of the field,
or shut down one side,
free up your pass rush and give them extra time to get to the quarterback.
Exactly. So, he's a starting wide receiver in that system. He's the number 1 cornerback on that team. Whatever way you use him, they need that help on both sides.
Yes.
Both positions are high priority.
Browns GM Andrew Berry obviously compared Travis Hunter to Shohei Ohtani. And there's a lot of questions about, can Travis Hunter really play 2 ways in the NFL because he was on the field all the time in college, and how will his body hold up? Well, a point was brought up on a podcast hosted by Robert Mays of The Athletic. And the guy, and whoever the guest was in the episode, I forgot who the guest was. He said that the NFL game moves infinitely faster than the college game, meaning there's not as many snaps in an NFL game compared to a college game. So that is a reason to be optimistic that Travis Hunter can play both sides of the ball as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And, for somebody like Cleveland, which, one of the only positions they have covered is cornerback right now. Trading down, passing up on Hunter, I wouldn't do it. But hey, if they want to do it, they've got so many different needs that they have. It's definitely a possibility. And then if they trade down, they need picks, they need players. That might be where the Bears move up.
Yes. Well, I will also say this, though. I will also say this. In terms of the Browns, I wouldn't necessarily do it, but if the Jaguars gave you their first next year, I would take that deal because it gives you the ammo to go get your quarterback next year and what's going to be an infinitely better crop of quarterbacks in next year's draft compared to this year's.
Exactly. Yep. So quarterback definitely
but only move down if the Jaguars give you their one for next year.
You've got and for the Jaguars, look,
Roger Goodell's riding his bike.
Oh my
onto the
God.
Stage. And keep in mind, the players ride their bikes at training camp in Green Bay. Yeah, so finish your thought, Hal.
All distracted by that. They are totally distracted. But yeah, so Cleveland, so many different needs. Travis Hunter, the only position they've got covered is cornerback. They're strong at cornerback
and pass rusher. One edge with Myles Garrett.
One edge, but yeah, but it's cornerback, Garrett, and huge holes everywhere on the defense, huge holes everywhere on the offense. Yes. He's almost a luxury. I could see Cleveland drafting Hunter and barely putting him on the field on defense and playing him at wide receiver exclusively.
Andrew Berry mainly sees him as a wide receiver. He said that multiple times during the pre-draft process. Said Roger Goodell has stepped up to the mic. He's got some Packers guests, Clay Matthews, James Jones. Lil Wayne is up there.
Oh, jeez.
Woo! It's fitting that this draft is in Green Bay because Green Bay, it's not only the smallest community in the NFL, it's the smallest community out of all 4 major sports leagues in North America. And but just how much the Packers and their history means to the NFL, it's just a linchpin of the National Football League. They just had to have a draft in Green Bay, and I'm glad they're doing it now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I love them moving the draft around. It's such a great thing for these franchises to be able to have this excitement in the off season to, uh, you know, and for Green Bay itself, like you said, that's NFL history. It's Chicago, it's Green Bay. That's what you think of when you think of 1920s football.
Yep.
That's where it all started out in the Midwest.
Yes, and let's finish. Go back to the potential Jaguars-Browns trade. From the Browns' perspective, when you look at this roster, outside of maybe Denzel Ward and Myles Garrett, who else do they have? I'm not sure they have anybody else that scares an NFL team. So, just to play devil's advocate here, what I think Andrew Berry is thinking is that he wants to build this roster from the ground up. He wants to go get steak first before he gets the sizzle. And he wants to fill as many weaknesses as possible because this draft might not have stars, but has a lot of quality stars. He might want to have those quality starters first, and then next year draft a star or two, and then potentially they're rolling come 2027.
Yeah, and I mean that's the way. I mean, we've seen it. That's the way to build those franchises. Having those skill position players without that base around them. It doesn't work. We see it year after year. We talk about it. The games are won and lost in the trenches. That's just the way it is.
And Andrew Berry is an analytics guy. Keep that in mind. He could be going for the Sixers strategy here. And keep in mind, this is the first time the Browns had a treasure trove of picks since 2000. Their full slate of picks since 2021, the Deshaun Watson trade. And that is a trade that Andrew Berry did not want. Nobody in the organization wanted it. It was Jimmy Haslam that wanted it. And Jimmy Haslam finally belatedly admitted his mistake.
It took them long enough, but yeah. And I'm looking at Cleveland as if they trade out of 2 to 5, and they start piling up the picks. If the Bears are offering them one of those second round picks, I mean, how can Cleveland say no to move back to 10 and pick up an extra second round pick? And
that is possible. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bears are calling the Browns as we speak and working out a contingency plan in case the Jaguars do move up. So Roger Goodell. All right, here we go. We're ready, Roger. Let's go. We're going.
All right.
Tennessee Titans are on the clock, and this is the pick everybody in America knows is Cam Ward, the quarterback out of Miami. What makes Cam Ward the best quarterback in this class, Hal?
Number one, he's the the only one who's put it all together. Number one, but first and foremost, when you're looking at a quarterback, came out of a wing T offense in high school, wasn't throwing the football at all, and zero star recruiting coming out. Ended up at what was it? Incarnate Ward, right? It was the Incarnate Ward. Won the Jerry Rice Award, best player, the best freshman there. 2 years there, followed his coach to Washington State, put up all the numbers, was ready to go out in the draft last year, and they had him pegged around 3rd, 4th round for some reason, and pulled it back, went to Miami, put it on display, and Washington State, let's face it, didn't have a lot of talent around him. Definitely did in Miami. Definitely put up those numbers.
Schefter is talking right now. I want to see what he has to say. He's talking about the New York Giants made an offer to the Titans, but obviously the Titans are not trade back. And here's another thing about Cam Ward, like he can benefit him. Like we both panned Bo Nix to the Broncos last year, but he obviously showed us there's more to him than we thought last year. And I think one of the reasons why is that he actually did play 5 years in college and went to 2 programs. Cam Ward, similar thing. He played at Incarnate Word, a very small program, then went to Washington State, and then went to Miami last year with Mario Cristobal. And he showed improvement each year, just like Bo Nix did. And I think that bodes very well for Cam Ward's long-term NFL future, don't you?
Oh, definitely. Definitely does. He's got the strong arm, the quick release. He's not a running quarterback per se, but he has mobility back there. What team that's looking for a quarterback isn't looking for that, and the ceiling is through the roof here as well with him. So, um, definitely can do it all back there. Um, and there's nobody else at that level with that ceiling, with that production that he's had, as you said, in this draft. So he's clearly head and shoulders ahead of everyone else.
No doubt about it. And a common player comparison that has come up for Cam Ward, Steve McNair. And we
Yes.
obviously know just how much Steve McNair meant to those early Titans teams in the late 90s. Steve McNair, God rest his soul, very underrated player, fierce competitor, great athlete, you name it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's some veterans who've been in that building since that time that might have seen those flashes on tape by saying, oh, if he's anywhere remotely close to Steve McNair and what he did for us, we're golden going forward.
No doubt about it. Yeah, and like we said, I mean, perfect lining up for Tennessee. Huge need for that quarterback position here, to add that quarterback position in. I mean, Will Levis. Let's face it. We sat and watched him tumble a couple years ago, and we see why he did. I mean, it was just ugly last year. Not the answer. So they've got to find a solution to start building around.
Yes, and another good thing about Cam Ward, leadership. His mom coached basketball for many years, and he gets those traits from his mom. Yeah. And do you see some Steve McNair and Cam Ward?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you see some Steve McNair and Cam Ward?
Oh, definitely has that that McNair had that little wrist flick, and if I did that throwing a football, it would go about 3 feet, and Cam Ward, McNair had that little wrist flick, and the ball's on a line 30 yards down the field, and you go, that just isn't normal to see that those kinds of throws. He also has throws the ball Patrick Mahomes style, as we call it now, where the different angles, able to throw it from different arm angles with the accuracy as well. These quarterbacks that, grow up throwing the baseball, such a huge advantage for them as well, where they're able to make those throws that the traditional pocket quarterbacks weren't making in the 1980s. So, yeah, definitely a lot of great traits there. And like we talked about as well, I mean, that production last year with Miami, over 4,000 yards, 67% completion, only 7 interceptions, almost 40 touchdowns. I mean, just did it all.
Oh my God, ESPN is comparing Cam Ward to Patrick Mahomes. Stop it with the Patrick Mahomes comparison. My goodness. It's a disservice to Patrick Mahomes and Cam Ward to be saying this. Steve McNair is a much more realistic cop than Patrick Mahomes. Cannot compare anybody to Patrick LeVon Mahomes. I'm sick of it, aren't you?
I am. It's always going to happen, but yeah, unless you're talking about the different arm angles, that's about as Mahomes as it gets. Or you say, he only runs when he has to, but that's a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL too. Pocket awareness, ability to scramble when necessary, but not a running quarterback as well. But again, McNair, same thing. He could have carried the ball 20 times a game if he wanted to. He was that much of an athlete, but knew the best way was to extend the play, extend the drives, and that McNair did. So hoping that as well, that's what Ward will be.
And Cam Ward, the main weakness he's going to have to address at the NFL level is his feast or famine nature. He always tries to hit the home run as opposed to making a profit. He's going to have to learn to get reined in. Brian Callahan, that's going to have to be his number one priority with him because he's in order for him to stay this league long, he's going to have to minimize those mistakes. And Roger Goodell is about to announce the pick, and the Cleveland Browns are on the clock. This is where the magic starts. Draft is. So we're going to wait for Roger Goodell to make Cam Ward official here, and then we'll talk to the drama that'll begin right thereafter. So here comes Roger Goodell. Love that chime. Cam Ward it is. He read his full name. Good for him. He's a very nice kid. Wish him all the best in Tennessee. That's a great fan base there in Nashville. They deserve a champion. Rooting for him to be it. And now the fun starts. The Browns. Like I said, I am only moving back from this pick if I get the first next year.
Yep, got to have that 2026 first round pick. That has to be, they need to start stockpiling picks this year, next year, the year after in Cleveland because they've got, like you said, 4 years of picks to make up.
Oh, there's been a trade. The trade has happened. Schefter is saying there is a trade. There is a trade, and I think it's the. They got the Jaguars first. Jaguars first. No brainer. If you have the Jaguars first, take it. It gives you the ammo to get your quarterback next year. That was the only circumstance I would move down from 2. Browns just did it.
Great. Yep. Great job by the Browns there, leveraging that position there at the number 2.
And like I said, just like Les Snead, be willing to part with premium draft picks. Be willing to part with premium draft picks.
Move up, get your guy at whatever the cost.
Get your guy and trust your scouts to find those day 3 contributors like Les Snead did in LA. Exactly. So James Gladstone's found the Les Snead playbook. I think this is a good deal for both sides.
Yep, exactly. And Jacksonville, a team that had no expectation of picking in the top 5 last year after their playoff run the year before. They're looking at this as they're taking advantage of it and getting right up and getting that premium player who's going to add an extra win or 2 next year.
All right, here's the full deal. Browns obviously trade number 2, the 4th rounder at 104 and the 6th rounder pick 200 to the Jaguars, and the Jaguars set them 5 overall, their 2nd rounder this year, their 4th rounder at 126. So they swapped their 4th rounders and they set their 2026 first round pick. There's your blockbuster trade. And I think this is Travis Hunter. He's going to by hell. I actually kind of like how Liam Cohen does it. Duval. Like a lot of people were embarrassed, but I actually think it's kind of cool the way he did it. Don't you?
You're pretty good.
Do you prefer Duval or Duval?
No, I'm the traditionalist on the Duval. I want the long and loud,
Yeah, you're right. Travis Hunter is going to Duval, and the Jaguars obviously have a need that cornerback position. And I think they're going to do. They're going to use him mainly at corner, but they're going to have like 10, 15 plays for him to start on offense and maybe get that up. Going forward,
grow into it going forward because, the Diami Brown, the Gabe Davis, I just don't see that happening there. Week 6, I think he'll be playing 50% of the snaps at wide receiver.
Yeah. Yeah, just processing this trade. So just typing it into Facebook here. So, what do you think makes Travis Hunter so special, particularly as a corner?
As a cornerback, he's got the wide receiver skills. So any pass in his direction is a potential turnover there. He has that short area quickness that plays on both sides of the football. And more than anything, that he just does not get enough credit for, his NFL intelligence is just off the board. His ability to break down a defense at the wide receiver position and recognize what the offense is doing and where they're going. And, we talk about the cornerbacks that are able to run the route that the wide receivers running in front of them. Nobody does it better than Travis Hunter there as well. He's just, the instincts, the ability to get up, high point the ball, both sides, whether it's the wide receiver, covers a lot of ground, doesn't have that 4.2 speed, but doesn't get outrun by anybody either. Explodes to the football on both sides of the ball. I mean, just, has the size, has the speed, has the strength, and more importantly, has that intelligence the conditioning, the work in the locker room. There's nobody out there that's doing that kind of work and putting it in on both sides of the football like him. I mean, grand slam pick here. I think, you know, as great as Cam Ward is going to be in the NFL, I think he's, best quarterback in this draft. It's still going to be a situation in 3 or 4 years. We're going to look back at this draft and say, how did anybody pick anyone over Travis Hunter?
Without a doubt. What was that? And now the Browns have two picks at the top of the second round, 33 and 36. And that means that they have options. They could use that to potentially move up into the first to get a quarterback, although I don't necessarily see them doing that because I think getting the first next year puts them it's a much better crop. So it gives them more leverage to potentially move down for more assets in that round. And the Browns are now in the strength of this draft. They have 5 picks in the top 100 and 3 of the top 36. This is analytics in action, and I love it. I really do. Yes, you can talk about but the Browns, they need help everywhere on the roster. Travis Hunter was a luxury for them, and they got the haul they needed to move back. That was justifiable. So I think this is an A for both teams. I graded an A trade for the Jaguars and an A trade for the Browns.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, the Jaguars taking advantage of being in a situation they had no expectations of picking in the top 5. Everything crashed last year. They know they're going to be better. They're going to have an easier schedule this year as well. So take advantage of that. Get the unicorn here in the draft. Makes perfect sense. And like we talked about for the Browns, they need to load up on those draft picks desperately. They're making up for years worth of missed draft picks on that roster. They've got to load up, get as many as they can.
Yes, and Eric Armstead, the Walter Payton Man of the Year, is going to make Travis Hunter the Jaguars official. Eric Armstead, one of the NFL's all-around good guys off the field.
We are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
Yeah, Travis Hunter to the Jaguars. He got it right. Duval. Sorry, Liam.
And also, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, welcome to Jacksonville, Travis Hunter. Let's make it.
The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
He paused for the chime. Good job.
2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter.
There we go.
He was announced as a wide receiver and defensive back.
As he should be.
Yes, use him on both sides of the ball. Oh, I can't wait to see what Liam Code has cooked up for that offense. So the package with him and Brian Thomas Jr., Trevor Lawrence has got to be doing whatever his best happy dance is right now.
Yeah, I mean, you got legit 2 wide receivers now, help on defense that they desperately needed. Oh, this is just beautiful. Big win for the Jaguars.
Absolutely. So we gave both the Browns and Jaguars A for the trade. I give the Jaguars an A+ for the pick.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, definitely an A+ here. Best player in the draft. Could be the best player in football in the last decade for all we know. He has the talent to do it. I hope he stays healthy. I think David, I've been talking about it for the past
Yeah.
year. You know, I wanted my Patriots to get that #1 pick
Yeah.
and draft me my Travis Hunter, and breaks my heart. But great thing for Jacksonville. Great thing for Jacksonville.
Amen. And let's grade the Cam Ward pick. I think I'm going to give it a, and I don't mean to poo-poo on Cam Ward, but I'm going to give it a B-. I want to see how he does first because, yes, he's got the potential, but there's just as much of a bust factor as there is a boom factor in him. And like it all comes down to, like I said, learning how to control his worst impulses on the field and rein himself in, learn how to take the profit and not try to hit the home run all the time. And
yeah, I mean it's tough with Ward because if you look at the quarterbacks last year and you're saying, is he behind Penix? Is he behind Bo Nix? You know,
a lot of people in the NFL think so. A lot of people in the
Exactly.
NFL don't think it was as good as Nix or Penix.
Exactly. And like I said, I think you have to knock the pick down because we know Tennessee has the need. We know they bought in on the growth and the ceiling for Ward and the character there. But like I said, you also passed on Travis Hunter there. And this
Abdul
is
Carter.
the unicorn. Exactly.
And Abdul Carter. So B-. And I would be shocked if the Giants pick here is not Abdul Carter.
Oh my God. Please let it be. Please don't let it be Abdul Carter so he can go to New England. Please.
Yeah, but it is it's most likely going to be Carter because the reports are out that Kayvon Thibodeau is probably not going to get his 5th-year option picked up.
Yeah, there's a player that could be on the move, you know, for a day 2, day 3 pick here as well for the Giants if they end up drafting Carter. Thibodeau, you know, becomes an asset, so get them another pick and free up some future drafts cap space for them. I wouldn't be surprised by that at all.
Yeah, Giants turned in their pick. It's almost certainly Abdul Carter. Then the Patriots will go with Will Campbell most likely, and then the draft restarts at 5 with the Browns. So we're going to have 2 predictable picks, and then the fun. The fun started at 2 with that trade, and then it takes a little breather, and then it's going to start back up again, most likely at 5, because the Browns could go anywhere. They could go Ashton Genty if they want. They could go with one of those tackles. I would expect it to be Genty or one of those 2 tackles at 5 if they stay there. Would you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. I think it has to be impact player. You know, we saw what Nick Chubb has done in the past, carrying that offense. So that's going to be in the back of their heads. And again, you know, could be somebody else picking there as well. We don't know because they may go back down again. Yeah. I think that's a definitely a spot where teams who are targeting Genty are looking at getting ahead of Las Vegas here. And that could be the place that they're targeting pick number 5 there with Cleveland now.
Yes, the Bears could be attempting a last-ditch movement with Cleveland. But if you like one of those 3 players and you do not believe any of them is going to fall 10, you stay put.
Exactly. Yeah, not the time to get pretty for.
Yes, and Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, who is in the Browns facility right now reporting from there as we speak, he said that the Browns had a very short list of players that they'd be happy to come away with tonight. So that tells me they're going to stick at 5.
Yeah, if they've got that list, definitely.
Yeah, and for all the Bears fans out there, as attractive as trading up for Ashton Genty, but you got to keep in mind the Bears still have a lot of other needs. They're not necessarily a running back away, so this might not have necessarily been the worst thing to happen to them per se. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for the Bears, like you said, you know, sticking and staying and getting one of those top 3 tackles. I mean, you're looking at how's the best way to help your young franchise
quarterback. Well, Ashton Genty would have been good, but but not trading up for him, it's not the end of the world.
Exactly.
As special as Ashton Genty is, it's not the end of the world. And there was more. Here we go.
Oh, there's the chime.
Abdul-Jabbar Carter to the Giants it is.
All right.
Now,
David, we have to, you know what I wonder about with the Giants picking Abdul Carter is do they still have the Bill Belichick camera in Nantucket there from the draft? Because, John Mara could be on the phone with him and saying, "Hey, Bill, when you're coaching here next year, who do you want us to draft right now?"
Whoa, man. Absolutely. Yeah, both sides point to there's nobody on shaky ground in the NFL headed into this year than Joe Shane and Brian Daboll are. And that's exactly why they did their darndest to try to trade up to one for Cam Ward.
Yep.
They wanted a quarterback they could hitch their wagon to. So and now the Patriots are on the floor, and almost everybody in the universe says this is Will Campbell. And what do you think of Will Campbell as a prospect, Hal? Does he excite you at all?
He's very solid as a player. Like I said, he's going to be an all-pro. It's just a matter of at what position, and that's the big unknown. Character through the roof. You can't go wrong with him in that way. But he's not as clean of a tackle as we've seen at the top, like a Joe Alt here. Yep. Campbell had his penalties last year, allowed his pressures. It's not like he was unstoppable. Yes, high motor, nobody working harder, mobility, still young. So he checks all of those boxes for that, but he's still not the cleanest prospect out there at left tackle. So
and let's grade the Giants pick for Abdul Carter. I give it an A, if not an A+, because this guy he wrecks game plans on defenses. And sound the sabbatical alert if you think he's the best pass rusher in the Browns pass outside linebacker edge room right now. Sound the sabbatical.
No doubt about it there. No doubt about it.
Like what makes him special? He might not have ideal size, but boy, is he strong. He has that mature speed to power conversion, and he played stack backer like Micah Parsons at Penn State up until last year when he converted to edge. You could deploy him in similar ways as the Cowboys deploy Micah Parsons.
Right, exactly. I mean, I don't think he has the athleticism of Micah Parsons, rare and in between. But again, you go back and redraft that draft, and you ask those teams, "Hey, why did you pass on Micah Parsons?" They made a mistake. That's all there is to it. Drafting Abdul Carter, that's not a mistake at all.
Yes.
Just everywhere.
Yes.
Line him up anywhere. Have him rush. Have him help out in the running game. He can do anything you need him to do. He is that franchise edge rusher that teams are looking for year after year. The one that everybody's offense is identifying where's number 11 and first guy they try to find, because like you said, he's a game plan wrecker.
And Adam Schefter tweeted, the Jaguars are expected to play Travis Hunter on both offense and defense. They are on board by giving him a heavy dose of the wide receiver position while still playing him in his more natural position on defense. No wonder. And like as we said earlier, with the NFL game being a more fast-paced game, the college game, there's not as many snaps in the game. So Travis Hunter, so it's entirely doable to play him on both sides.
Exactly. And he should. No doubt about it. I mean, the best wide receiver in the draft and the best cornerback in the draft. Either or. He's a top 5,
Yes, we're going to commercial break here, and you bring up a good point. None of these tackles this year are as good as Joe Alt or even Olu Fashanu. I think Olu Fashanu was a better prospect coming in than all these tackles, don't you?
Oh, definitely. But definitely is Fashanu as well. But again, I mean, the Patriots are in a position you can talk about. We're not going to draft for need, but no, they have to. There was nobody in free agency at the left tackle position for them. The position was a turnstile. They're trying to protect their investment. They have the quarterback. They have to get the protection for him. They've done some work on the offensive line in free agency. Great. But for all the promise that Drake May showed last year, they've got to do the work and get that left tackle, somebody out there from day one that's going to be able to start. And they have to get a tackle here. No doubt about it. It's not just a need. I mean, it's like every siren You can see it I can see it in Foxborough, 20 miles away from my house. They need a left tackle, and they can't come out of a number 4
Yes.
pick in the draft without one.
Their current left tackle, Vidarian Lowe.
Oh,
You don't want a jag at left tackle, folks. And Vidarian Lowe is even worse than a jag.
exactly.
If you know what I mean.
Exactly.
Yes. And Will Campbell, Mike Rice, who's arguably the best reporter on the Patriots beat for ESPN, he said that many decision makers from rival teams have cited Will Campbell, saying that is a Mike Vrabel player. Like Mike Vrabel, his first pick as Patriots head coach. You want to show your team, what does a New England Patriot look like? What does a New England Patriot, how do they walk like? How do they talk like? How do they smell like? Will Campbell fits that bill to a T.
Exactly. And once you slot in that left tackle in New England, they brought in Morgan Moses at right tackle. They have Michael Wenyu. They move back to guard, his best position. So you've strengthened 2 positions there. Garrett Bradbury came over from Minnesota. They've got their draft pick from last year, Layden Robinson, who can play at left guard, and they have some veteran options as well. And you slot in Will Campbell there, and you finally have an NFL offensive line in front of your quarterback there. And now you can really see what Drake May will be able to do with protection around him.
And a lot of people are obviously poo-pooing on Will Campbell because of his arm length. But Dan Roshar, who's the current offensive line coach for the Bears, they interviewed him at Halasol last week, and they asked him about Will Campbell, and he said he doesn't play short-armed on tape.
Right. Exactly, because his feet are so quick, and he has the technique down. So in that position, yeah, I mean,
yes, and and plus the Patriots historically under Belichick, they've seen through exceptions to that rule of tackles with less than 34-inch arms.
Exactly, and like we've talked about as well, one of the best tackles, he's playing on the right side, but he could start for 30 other teams on the left side. Penei Sewell, shorter arms than Will Campbell. So and nobody in Detroit is upset about Penei Sewell's arm length. I can tell you.
And Benjamin Solak, one of my favorite minds in the football world, he said the next perfect tackle prospect will be the first.
Exactly. A great point as well. Exactly. Just because of the difference between the game with the college game and the pro game is still, although more college concepts have come over in the last 10 years, it's still a position where.
Here's Roger Goodell with the Patriots pick. Will Campbell it is.
There we go.
So the players that we expected to go 1, 2, 3, and 4 did that order, but the surprise trade at 2 with the Jaguars moving up threw a wrench in it. And now we begin with the Browns at 5. So Ashton Jeanty, Kelvin Banks, Armand Membu, got to be one of those 3 guys. Who are you taking?
Man, again, if I'm the Browns, I'm looking to trade back. But if I'm staying there at 5, I'm building from the trenches here. They've got so many needs. Start on the offensive line and start getting that something to build around. I'd be all over Membu right here if I were the Browns.
Membu. He has arguably the biggest upside of the top 3 tackles in this draft, like running a 4.9 140 at 332 pounds.
That's inhuman.
Jason Peters vibes, huh?
Exactly. My goodness.
Yes, and if your offensive line coach thinks he can play either left tackle or right tackle, take him.
Exactly. He's definitely going to be a tackle, no doubt about
it. Because both your tackle spots suck right now, and you got to upgrade one of them. And I would prioritize who could play both. Who do you think can play both positions better?
Yep. If
you think that's Membu, take him. If you think it's Banks, take him.
Right.
I think that is a little too much of a luxury for the Browns here.
Yeah, exactly. Like, having Jeanty and nobody blocking in front of him, what's the point of that? It's having a Jaguar without tires on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I wouldn't move down if I were the Browns unless the Bears gave me both of their 2s.
Yeah, Bears got to give up one of the 2s this year. Cleveland, you have to get that. A 3rd-round pick isn't going to do it for you here.
Just one of the 2s. No, I would not budge if it's 2 of the 2s. That's my line of thinking if I were the Browns.
Oh, wow. Yeah, or a 2 this year or a 2 next year. For the Browns, it's not going to matter whether it's this year or next year. They need to accumulate.
Draft clue 5, the belt, wrestling, Pete Carroll.
Oh, jeez.
Let's see. Yeah, so, all right, Browns, what do you do? So you would go Membu here.
I would go Membu here, definitely, no doubt.
And they've turned their pick, yeah. They've turned their pick. Got to be one of the 2 tackles, Membu or Kelvin Banks.
Yeah, top 5 pick. You got to lean a little bit into the upside at the position there for a premium
100%.
So yeah, I would be going to Membu. No problem with Banks, like we talked about. You know, he just had the problem of had to stay in school for 3 years.
Yeah.
So.
We got to give our grade for the Patriots pick. I give it a B+, and it's not a knock on Will Campbell. It's just that a lot of people who I trust, who know offensive line far better than I ever will, think that he should move inside to guard eventually. And those questions are real. He did struggle against Landon Jackson, and struggling against a marginal talent like that is definitely a big cause for concern. But he's still a high floor player. If he fails to tackle, he can function very well at guard or even center, for crying out loud.
Exactly.
And the Patriots like potential versatility in their offensive line and B+. What about you?
Yeah, I'll give it a B+. You know, not an A. And like we said, he was probably the 3rd. If he was in the draft last year, he'd be the 3rd best tackle there. But he's the best that's there now, and the Patriots have to, like I said, not picking a tackle here would be a straight F. So they had to fill that position. There was no doubt about it. And I think they made the right move, especially for the culture and the Mike Vrabel, that attitude. You talk about Dan Campbell bringing those guys in, biting kneecaps. Will Campbell, kneecap biter, just with
100%. So was it a B+ for you or an A-?
B+ as well. I'll give it a B+.
Yeah. All right. So Browns, we both agree this should be Armand Membu. I would agree with that. But I wouldn't be surprised or shocked if it's Kelvin Banks.
No, either or. Like we said, you can't go wrong. I would just slot Membu a little bit ahead of Banks here, just for that upside as well. I don't think it'd be I don't think it would be a mistake either way, but yeah, definitely they have that need.
All right, so it's fitting. Did you watch Draft Day last night earlier today?
No, I did.
I think the Browns are having a similar kind of feel to this draft as the movie Draft Day in a way. It's definitely not as excessive, but they're building the team the right way. And here's the Browns pick. The draft begins at 5. Who is it? Mason Graham!
Ooh,
wow! Mason Graham, this
defense.
Guy is one of the top, highest floor players in this class. Talk about his lack of length all you want. Talk about that. Oh, he might be what he is fundamentally sound. This guy is a zero weakness player. The Browns just saw through all the BS. They took one of the best players in this draft. I'm giving this an A.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. I didn't think they pulled the trigger on the defense. But like we talked about, there's so many needs on both sides of the ball. Miles Garrett, it's got to be through the roof to have Mason Graham on the inside there, wrecking things for him. I mean, you're just improving the defense by leaps and bounds here. And Graham, like we talked about, he's an interior defender. Arm length, who cares? It doesn't matter at this point.
And now the Raiders are on the clock, and their pick comes down to two choices. Yes, Ashton Genty. I still think it's going to be Genty here, but
Yep.
Armand Membu. Don't sleep on
Yep.
Armand Membu. Word has it that John Spytek, the new GM, is a big fan. And keep in mind, Colton Miller, their left tackle, he's getting a little long in the tooth, and they're in the middle of a contract dispute with him right now.
Exactly.
And if they, depending how they feel about DJ Glaze at right tackle, I'm not. It's either Ashton Genty or Armand or Kelvin Banks here. There's been a lot of Kelvin Banks buzz to the Raiders because Pete Carroll knows Steve Sarkisian very well, and I'm sure Pete had a lot of conversations with Steve about Kelvin Banks during the pre-draft process.
Yeah.
Who would you let's just say Genty or Membu. Who's your pick?
Oh, man. I'm always going to build through the offensive line, but I think the Raiders are, really feeling letting Josh Jacobs go. I think there's a lot of sting there with Mark Davis.
Pete Carroll is 73. Geno Smith's going on 35. You need to win now. And Ashton Genty is the guy that best helps you do it.
Exactly. Impact player. You got Tom Brady's voice in the draft room as well. He knows what a strong running game can do to help the offense, to help Geno Smith, who we've seen his best seasons in Seattle when they've had a healthy running back there. It's made such a huge difference for Geno. It's almost a requirement for him. I think I'm selling myself on Genty here. I think it's got to be Genty for the Raiders.
Yeah, I think it's Genty, but I wouldn't be shocked in my shoes if it's Membu either.
Nope. Me personally, I'd probably still take Membu, but I'm selling myself as Pete
Genty because they need to win now. Pete's 73, Geno's going to be 35. The time to win is now. They don't have any time for patience here.
Yeah. They need that impact player. It's not going to be Ted McMillan. So Genty, like we talked about, is one of those three blue chips there. It's hard to pass on a blue chip.
Yes. So what was your grade for the Browns taking Graham?
I'm giving that an A-. I was surprised. Fills a need. They've got plenty of them. Like I said, I don't care about the arm length. I didn't notice any difference with his arm only being 32 inches long versus 33-inch long pass rushers in the interior who were getting knocked on their backside while he was making plays in the backfield. So,
yes, and plus he's a wrestler. He has a wrestling background. He knows leverage. He always plays low. He always wins the leverage battle.
Exactly.
Whether it's rushing the pass or defending the run. And he's a culture guy too. He's going to set a new tone in that building.
Yep. Football IQ through the roof. Doesn't miss a tackle. He gets his hands on a guy on the tape, and that guy's on the ground, period. Solid pick right there.
Yes, and there was talk about Mason Graham falling, but I'm not surprised he did. And the Raiders, Roger Goodell coming to the podium. Is it Ashton Genty or is it a semi-curveball, but not really curveball in Armand Membu? The first pick of the Pete Carroll, John Spytek regime in Vegas. Roger Goodell has the goods right now.
With the sixth pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty.
It's Ashton Genty.
All right.
Yeah, they have to win now. Genty was the only guy that could help them win right now. He's and Geno Smith. If you want, you extended him through 2027. If you want to get more mileage out of Geno, you need to take the load off him and have a strong running game. Ashton Genty. What makes Ashton Genty just a generational running back prospect?
He's strong. He's fast. He's got amazing vision. He doesn't get as much credit for it because they only did so much of it. But he can catch the ball. He can block. He's got those Saquon Barkley thighs working in the weight room there. 5'8", low to the ground, and runs through traffic. He's got that Marshawn Lynch in him, and that he gets into that beast mode, and it's not one guy bringing him down. It's not two guys bringing him down. You got to get three guys to get him onto the ground. So strong, so fast. He's just, And you know, and the character as well, hard worker,
Yeah,
team
100%.
captain, and stayed in Boise. I mean, he had 200 offers to leave in the transfer portal and stayed at Boise State there. So the character there as well, you know, staying with that program, commitment, you can't beat that there. He checks every single box.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
and we saw what the running back, like we talked about that running back resurgence. You know, if you've got a generational talent, you can't pass on them if you're in that position, like the Raiders are.
No question about it. And the rest of the AFC West is shaking in their boots right now because the Raiders got Ashton Jeanty. Beware. And keep in mind, the two highest rushing totals in all of college football last season, Ashton Jeanty's total yardage, which almost broke Barry Sanders' single-season record, Ashton Jeanty's yardage after contact, number 2.
Unbelievable, you know.
Unreal contact balance, unreal creativity, long speed. Like he broke off hang
I
on,
think he had double-digit 50-yard runs.
50-yard runs, and the next closest person had like 3,
about 4 or 5.
Like
yeah,
that.
It was like
5,
yeah, crazy. You know, more than double. I mean,
yeah, Pete Carroll. The Snoop Dogg thing gave it away because Ashton Jeanty has ties to Snoop Dogg, as we mentioned earlier. So I read that right. Pete, you didn't fool me. So good clues, Pete Carroll. Definitely hope you stay in good health and get to coach the Raiders for as long as you possibly can. And because I just love watching coaches try to give subtle riddles on draft night.
Exactly.
To mention here. And now the Jets. Rich Samini, who covers them for ESPN, the most plugged-in guy in that beat, says this would always come down to 2 guys, and it looks like it is. Tyler Warner, Armand Membu. Who would you choose here? The Jets are enamored with Warren, but their starting right tackle right now is Carter Warren, who was a day 3 pick a couple years ago.
Yeah, and
I'd go with Membu here.
You gotta, I mean, yeah, you desperately need Membu here. Yeah, I mean, and for the Jets, I mean, yes, we talked in the past about, you know, they don't have any. They've never had tight ends there in New York. It just is not a position the Jets have had. It's a culture change situation to do that there.
Yes, I would understand going Warren, but I'd still personally take Membu. Would you?
Oh, definitely. I mean, to be able to have those, you know, left tackle and right tackle with 2 guys, under 23, locked in for the next 5 years or so, or however long you want to lock them up. I mean, that's how you're building the team from the inside out. 2 most important positions to build around, those tackle positions. For the Jets, no brainer to get Membu. Warren is going to be tough to pass up, but it's a deep tight end class as well. You're going to find talent in the later rounds as well to fill that position. So,
yeah. All right. Let's see. The Carolina Panthers at 8 want to trade out. I see a couple potential partners for them. The 49ers, if they want to get whatever remaining tackle is left. The Cowboys or Colts, if they want to jump the Bears and Saints for Tyler Warren, although I don't think the Saints aren't necessarily eyeing Tyler Warren, but the Bears could potentially be. Yeah. So those are the potential trade back candidates. Or the Houston Texans could make that monstrous move up for that 3rd tackle. Don't sleep on that. They're desperate. And Caserio has the ammo to pull it off.
Yeah, I could see that, but yeah, I mean, I can see the trade down. I think the Jets, though, picking here, I don't know how they would pass on Membu.
Got it.
Especially when you're building
it all starts in the trenches. I'm not going to poo-poo if it's Warren, but I would easily prefer Membu, and obviously that great of the Raiders, Big Bash Jitchy, A for Ashton.
Yeah, definitely. Again, you're picking at number 6, and you got one of the top 3 players in the draft. So,
and there's a big drop off after that 3.
Exactly. You got one of the 3 blue chips. So it's got to be an A for that, straight A there.
Yes, and and also I just think of just how happy Myles Garrett has to be with Mason
my
Graham
God.
now in the fold. He's going to get freed up.
Yeah, exactly. He's finally got some help over there, which he's desperately needed on defense. So,
Yeah.
oh, maybe that was part of the contract he signed as well. They're going to bring in defensive line help for him. So,
yeah, Pete Carroll, Pete Carroll, we're fired up.
oh my God.
Raiders, and it's Amoeba Marshawn Lynch saying I was eating my quesadilla.
Oh man.
That's debatable. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Yeah, well, let's assume pick 7, 8, 9, and 10 stay. The Jets stay, Panthers stay, Saints stay, and Bears stay. I would say it goes something like this: Membu, Jalen Walker. The Saints take either Micah Williams or Kelvin Banks, and if the Saints take Williams and the Bears take Banks, but if they take Kelvin Banks, the Bears either go Tyler Warren or trade back.
Yeah.
Those are the two scenarios I have in my head going forward.
Those
The two most
sense.
plausible ones.
I see that. Yeah, I mean, Warren is just such a huge upgrade over Komet, and getting an impact player to help out Caleb Williams. Like I said, a tackle is the best,
All right.
number one option for him.
Here's the Jets pick.
The New York Jets select
Armand
There
Membo. There we go. Value, Darren Muji, Aaron Glenn. Good job. All starts up front.
Excellent.
Yeah, Armand Membo, huge freak athlete. Have him on the right side, Olufash on the left side. You've got potentially one of the best bookend tackle combinations in the NFL going forward for God knows how long, and hopefully it'll be a very long. I'm going to give this pick an A- actually, or no,
Yeah.
I'll give it a straight A. I love Membo.
Give it a straight A. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, this is an A draft pick right here. You don't even have to worry about moving him off a right tackle either. You've already got Fashanu over set up at left tackle, so you add Membo here. Athleticism through the roof, no doubt about it. Not going to get beat by speed on the outside.
Panthers have turned in their pick.
Woo.
And Jalen Walker, I think it's Jalen Walker here. But if it's not Jalen Walker, a name to keep on is Walter Nolan,
Yes.
the D tackle from Ole Miss. This Panthers, but I think it's going to be Jalen Walker here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Hey, great job, Darren Muji. You did the right thing. Tyler Warren, I understand might have been difficult to pass up, but you just had to go with the better position value there.
Yeah. Yeah, for the Jets, it's just the right move, and it's you're setting the tone there for your entire organization. You already did the smartest thing in telling Aaron Rodgers to take a hike. So you've got the tone set. We're going to be smart, strong, and plug up the leaks on the field and off the field. And that's exactly what they're doing here. Membu at right tackle. Perfect there. Durable, strong, quick, athleticism through the roof.
Yeah. Yes. The vast majority of the buzz said this was Jalen Walker. I think it's going to be Jalen Walker because Walker was in that next tier of players behind the big three and Travis Sutter, Abdul Carter, and Asher Jetty. Jalen Walker, Mason Graham were like here. And Jalen Walker, plus he's one of the highest character guys in this class. That defense absolutely stunk this year. They need leadership more than anything. This guy is a coach's son, and teams were like saying he was like a coach while talking to him during a whiteboard session.
Yeah.
Yeah, and plus a player that he compares favorably to is Frankie Louvu. And the Panthers obviously had Frankie Louvu for several years. They are familiar how to utilize these edge linebacker hybrids.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But is there anywhere else you would go here? Maybe a curveball, Teterola McMillan?
I mean, I can see it. if I'm Dan Morgan, I'm looking at this team, I'm saying I had the worst defense in the NFL.
100%, yes.
32 out of 32. It's a hell of a curveball to not pick, a defensive
Walker
player
here.
here. Yeah, I mean, with Jalen Walker.
I got to be Jalen Walker. The buzz has been loud here for weeks that Walker would not get by the Panthers today. I fully expect it to be him.
I mean, unless, David Tepper comes in and puts his foot down and says, I want a flashy,
I'm not sure. With Brant Tillis now in that building, he is serving as a buffer between Tepper and the football staff. And I think Tepper is toned down a bit since Brant Tillis arrived.
Well, let's hope they keep him toned down as well, because that's about the only thing that I can see them going away from, the top defensive player here. And like we talked about, I mean, Walker is somebody that plug and play right there. Rushing the quarterback, has that positional versatility. He's strong against the run. You can put him wherever you need him on the defense, move him around. He's capable of doing it. And like I always say, you can't go wrong drafting these defensive players from Georgia. Just ask Howie, it's worked out quite well for him.
Yes, and for those of you who are watching, feel free to submit questions in the comment section. We're happy to answer them at any time. Shoot, go ahead, make this more lively. All right. Commercials. They got to shorten these commercial breaks during the draft. Although I know it's the agreement that the NFL's corporate sponsors, they keep the money flowing. Yeah, you got to keep it going.
Yeah, but yeah, if Carolina goes anywhere but Jalen Walker, who's clearly the top defensive player on the board right now, I mean, I don't know how you do anything else,
Yes, and Hal, I forgot. We are doing a drinking game tonight. Every time there's either a trade or a pick that shocks us, and I haven't really been shocked at all or surprised so far at all tonight. Have you?
No, I mean, other than that trade,
let's drink to the trade, and it was a good one for both the Jaguars and Browns. Here we go. And all right, Panthers. This is most likely Jalen Walker here. And then the New Orleans Saints have a choice. Either Michael Williams or Kelvin Banks Jr. Either of them would make sense for the Saints at 9.
Exactly. And, like we said with Carolina here as well, Mickey Loomis is in the building there making that pick. So curveball would not be a surprise coming out of New Orleans at all. So,
yeah, or...
to be drafted. There was the one major change, which was the draft trade early on the trade.
All right, Roger Goodell is stepping up to the podium with the newest Carolina Panther, which is most likely going to be Jalen Walker.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Teteroa
McMillan!
Geez.
Wow!
Oh.
Benjamin Albright said the Panthers were one of the teams high on Teteroa McMillan, and a lot of teams weren't because Teteroa McMillan is a guy that comes across that football is just like a means to an end to him.
Exactly. Oof.
But they just wanted to get Bryce Young help. I'm going to give this a B- because Ted McMillan is talented, but opinions on him are split. And I'm not sure the Panthers have the culture to support a guy like that. B-.
Yeah,
I think there's better value on the board with Jalen Walker.
I mean, C+. You took Xavier Legette in the first round last year as well. Yeah, I mean, you still got another year out of Adam Thielen there as well. It's I don't get it. And like we said,
Jalen Coker's no slouch. Jalen Coker's pretty damn good.
Yeah,
I love Jalen Coker.
Pride of Holy Cross here, coming out of Worcester, Mass. So no doubt about it. And like I said, Ted McMillan, again,
I think I'll upgrade it. No, I'm going to still give it a B- because of the character things. And the Saints turned their pick at Michael Williams or Kelvin Banks. Got to be trenches here.
Yeah, but again, if Walker's there, I mean, sure.
Or Jalen Walker, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they had any expectation.
Brandon Staley would love Jalen Walker. Yeah, absolutely take Jalen Walker here.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Jalen Walker, Kelvin Banks, Micah Williams, got to be one of those three.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be defense. They can't screw this up. Yeah, and I mean, again, McMillan. I mean, he could be Mike Evans, but I don't know. I don't see the. He's tall, but doesn't have that athleticism.
He's not Mike Evans. Benjamin Albright said the scouts he spoke to, for what it's worth, compared him to Devontae Parker. Parker. He's more Devontae Parker than Mike Evans. Evans was much faster.
Yes.
He was faster. He ran 4.4s. This Tet runs in the middle 4.5s.
Yeah, I mean, that was 4.5 something, and again, these jump ball wide receivers. I mean, they're going up against NFL cornerbacks now, so the contested catches,
But his production does speak for itself, though.
Does.
He was like the most productive receiver in college football these past 2 seasons.
Yeah. So I mean, again, like we said,
So
how they use them, how they use him, and how they support them, like you said, the support,
and not just on the field, but culturally in the locker room. Because how would you grade this pick? I gave it a B-.
I'll give it a C+.
Yeah, they should have gone defense. Yeah.
Yeah, they desperately needed defense, and like I said, McMillan, I don't see him as a clean, wide receiver pick here in the draft. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't seem like the right scheme.
Yeah, the New Orleans Saints have turned in their pick. So as we said, Kelvin Banks, Micah Williams, Jalen Walker, likely one of those three. They can't go wrong with either three of those guys.
No, they can't go wrong with any of them there. They need help, offensive line desperately, rushing the quarterback desperately, in the trenches on defense desperately. They've just got to pick whatever need. Really going to come down to who's at the top of their board.
Yep. Yes. Yeah.
You were a big play receiver in college. What kind of impact can you make on this Panthers offense?
Tet, come on, get off the stage. Got to announce the Saints pick. Yeah, but Bryce Young's got to be a pretty happy man right now. He's got a guy who can throw those jump balls to in the end zone.
Yep, exactly.
But,
so I mean, I get supporting, but you've got to expect Leggett to grow. And like you said, Coker was a surprise last year, much more productive than anybody expected. So, just again, you're gonna put a lot of pressure on your young quarterback with a terrible defense out there that. Other than Morgan coming back,
yes.
What do they got?
Yeah. I'm not taking Tyler Warren here. Are you?
No luxury for that. That would be the Mickey Loomis's. They would have to fire him if he made that pick right here, right now, no doubt.
Yeah. All right, Roger. Who you got for the Saints? Mel Kiper loves Shador. Yeah, Shador is number 5 over on this board, but it's not happening.
Yeah, no. I don't think there's a thought about Shador.
Here we go.
NFL draft. The New Orleans Saints select
Kelvin Banks. Good job. The third tackle off the board.
Smart move right there. Excellent.
Good job, because you drafted Talisi Fuaga last year, and now he can move to his more natural position of right tackle, and you can put Banks in at left tackle. You got perfect. You got your bookend tackles. Good job. B+.
Yep. I'll give it an A-. Like I said, Banks probably got knocked down to the number 3 tackle only because
prospect fatigue.
Stepped in day one as a starter, as a freshman there, did everything that was asked of him, and really just a matter of, Yeah, just had to put in the time in college to get to the draft. That's
Yes.
all.
And now the Bears are on the clock. They have choices here.
Ooh.
Michael Williams, they need edge help. If you see Jalen Walker as an
Walker.
edge,
Yeah.
or Tyler Warren or trade back, you turn in your pick. But I think it's one of those three guys. But do you think you would you prefer Walker and Williams over Warren here, or would you go with Warren?
No, I would. I think with tackle
Or Colston Loveland even.
Well, either of the tight ends. Yeah, I mean, again,
but keep in mind that they need pass rush too.
They desperately need that pass rush.
So Michael Williams would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I mean, killer for the Bears with Banks coming off right in front of them as well, where that's such a need at tackle as well. But yeah, at this point, you just got to trust the board. You need the pass rush help. You've got Jalen
Williams or Walker.
Yep. You got Walker sitting there. Michael Williams, no problem. Either or, you're going to be fine. I wouldn't get pretty and try to get a tight end in here.
So Williams or Walker would be your preferences here.
Yep. And I think I would take Walker over Williams.
Yeah. It depends on what Dennis Hale likes. Keep in mind, Michael Williams is more that Dennis Hale buy type of edge, but Dennis Hale also likes those chess pieces. So.
Yep. Exactly.
All right. The NFL is announcing the date of the schedule release.
The schedule release marks a pivotal moment in the NFL calendar. It sets the stage for a
good way to keep the party still going.
We get to geek out over every single game and bye-week, primetime revenge rematches, those late season divisional dates that end up deciding playoff spots. And who's playing at Lambeau in December? Ooh, we're gonna have to find out. You'll find out soon, okay? How about these rookies, the players who are drafted here tonight? When and where do they make their NFL debuts? We're gonna find that out as well. Let's not forget the expanding lineup of international games, as well as Christmas, Thanksgiving Day. There's so many captivating matchups. It's the best. Yes, because nothing says holiday cheer like watching your team destroy another. So, without further ado, everybody, get it together, mark your calendar, set your alarms. The schedule will be dropped on
May 14th. So book that in your calendar. The next, after this draft weekend is up, May 14th is when the 2025 schedule will be released. That was as expected, though. Reports from the league office had it around that time. All right, but come on. All right. We want to hear the picks now. Let's go.
Right.
Yeah, Jalen Walker, Michael Williams. Got to be one of those two here. You would have picked a type because the Bears, they still need to shop at the hardware store before they go shop at the toy store more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think if they're going on offense here, it's
Warner Loveland.
Misguided.
Or,
yeah.
but a sleeper, Travion Henderson, who has that relationship with Eric Bieniemy. That's the curveball here. Travion Henderson. Oh, boy, and obviously the Packers fans are booing with the Bears coming up to pick. The NFL's oldest rivalry does get any better than that. Here's Roger Goodell with the Bears pick. Let's go, Roger! Oh, yeah, Steve Mongo McMichael, Hall of Famer, passed away yesterday after a long battle with ALS. God rest his soul.
Yeah.
It was a long, thank God he got to see his dream of getting his gold jacket come true before he was called home.
Thank God.
And Steve Michael also played 1 year with the Packers, too.
That's right.
Contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to
Amen. One of the most underrated D tackles of his time, wasn't he?
Definitely was.
with the fourth pick.
You want to talk about a knee biter? My God, you biting any part of you could get.
Yes, and a lot of people say, "Oh, Dan Hampton was the linchpin of that Bears
Yeah.
defense." No, it was the triangle with him, Mongo, and Singletary.
Exactly. That's how you build a defense up the middle, right there.
Yeah.
You know?
For nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons.
And they're doing a Walter Payton tribute right now because it's been 50 years since he was drafted.
Oh,
Like you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness.
And Sweetness, one of the best, not only one of the best football players, but one of the best all-around people ever.
exactly.
Shame he died too young.
Yep.
So with the 10th
Here we go.
in the 2025 NFL draft,
Oh boy.
Booing out.
the Chicago Bears select
Colston Loveland.
Wow.
Matt Miller was right. Loveland was
Wow.
their top tight end on the board, and this is not surprising. Lance Zierlein compared Colston Loveland to Sam Laporta, and Ben Johnson obviously knows something about that type of tight end.
Exactly. Wow.
And Loveland, actually, he was along that other tier of prospects below the top three. The other tier prospects, Mason Graham, Jalen Walker, Colston Loveland, and Tyler Warren, those four. So it was 4 plus 3 at the top.
But
But I'm going to give this a B- because of the positional value.
yeah,
And the return on investment for rookie tight ends is not good.
No, it really isn't. I mean, like I said, I feel like the Bears are thinking that they're swinging for the fences here. Like they're one player away from the Super Bowl, and they're really not. I mean,
No, they need more pass rush. They need.
they desperately need it. They're not catching Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay. I mean, they had 3 playoff teams ahead of them. They have to. It's build it slow through the trenches. Don't get not the flashy. Receiving tight end, and I can see him wanting to upgrade over Komet, who's solid but not spectacular.
Yeah, so you give this a B-?
Yeah, I think B- is good. I mean, I like Loveland. I just like him at 20.
Yeah,
not at top 10, but
yes, and 100%. Now let's go to the 49ers at 11. I see two guys that make sense here. Michael Williams and Walter Nolan. Got to be one of those two.
Yeah.
You got to, with the tackles off the board, got to go a D-line here, because who else do I have aside from Nick Bosa right now? Nobody. Walter Nolan or Michael Williams. Either one of those two big gets an A from me.
Yeah, and we know the 49ers, they love to – they've built that defense – and they got to build it back up again.
And
they've got to build it's falling apart. They've got to build it all back down. Man, Jalen Walker outside the top 10. This is like
a surprise. Well, maybe because it's the hybrid thing that's confusing people.
I mean that can be. There's a lot. I mean, Micah Parsons fell out of the top 10 as well. So teams didn't learn on that one. But I think if you redrafted, I don't think Parsons gets it is a beyond 1 or 2. So oh man. Yeah, but 49ers, this is beef in the middle right now time for them.
Or on the edge. Walter Nolan, Michael Williams, one of those two guys.
Yep, one of those two guys has to be there. No doubt about it.
Yeah. All right. So the big winners so far tonight through 10 picks in, I would say it's the Browns, Jaguars, Raiders, Jets.
Yeah, definitely. Raiders getting their impact player, getting one of the blue chips, picking where they were is a huge win for them. The Jets not having to move up and getting their franchise right tackle, huge win right there as well. Browns trading back, accumulating picks, a win, and I'd say the Jaguars as well. Getting Travis Hunter is, the unicorn of this draft. Like I said, I think he's
And they're
generational.
going to feature him on both sides of the ball, packages with him and Brian Thomas Jr. on offense, him running those underneath routes and BTJ going over the top.
Beautiful.
Good luck, NFL defenses. Pick your poison. And on defense, he's going to give that, like I said, he's going to give Trayvon Walker and Josh Hines-Allen an additional second to get to that quarterback. And Hal, sorry, I got to just go away for a nanosecond to open the lights here.
No problem.
So, but before I do, I'm going to ask you another question. So, if you take your pick between Micah Williams and Walter Nolan for the 49ers here, who would it be and why?
Oh, I love Walter Nolan, no doubt about it. Ole Miss had a huge year, big 300 pounds. But building this up, I think if I'm the 49ers, I'm going Micah Williams here.
Because it's kind of like Nolan has a higher ceiling, but Williams has a higher floor with added potential.
Exactly. And
Micah Williams, his run defense teach tape already.
Yep.
Exactly. And in Georgia, keep in mind, just like with you got to keep this in mind, they don't ask their edges to pin their ears back that often.
No, not at all. We see in Georgia the production goes up in the NFL with these guys as well. So yeah, definitely. Micah Williams definitely going to be an option here. He's just got that, that 49ers defense improving every year. He's got the tape, like you said, on the run. He's going to get better going up as a pass rusher as well. He's got that NFL size. I mean, just seeing him on the field, he's a pass rusher there. Strong.
But here's a curveball here. This could be Tyler Warren. George Kittle's 32 years old and in a contract view, but go to your bread and butter. Eat your bread. Eat your vegetables. Do what you always do for us. Eat those vegetables.
Exactly. I mean, I look at Michael Williams, length, strength, explosiveness. He checks all those boxes. That's what that defense needs. They've got to help out those cornerbacks. They've got to help out Bosa, get somebody on the outside there.
Schefter said no assurances. Ab Schefter on TV said no assurances the Steelers take him at 21. And as we said earlier, he echoed us. If he falls past 21, he's likely hearing his name called on Friday. Tomorrow.
Yeah, that makes sense because after 21, unless somebody's going to trade up into the first round to grab him.
Here's the 49ers pick. Oh, they're doing another tribute here. Oh, a service member is going to read this pick. Always love this part of the draft when a military member gets to read the pick, or a Make-A-Wish kid. We'll be doing it for the Broncos later.
Celebrating our 250th anniversary. We're grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL Salute to Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick.
The San Francisco 49ers draft pick. Back to you in Green Bay.
Oh, it looks like they're not reading it. It looks like Roger's reading it.
All right.
Here we go. I would have let them read it, though.
Yeah.
Come on. Let the troops read it. USA indeed. USA. Amen, Roger. Get to the pick.
With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select
Michael Williams.
All right.
A. That's an A. Is it
that's
an A
a
for you?
straight that's a straight A right there. Perfect pick, perfect team. Couldn't ask for better right there.
Yeah, and Chris Kacherik obviously saw, this guy already has a high floor as run defender. I could get that remainder out of him as a pass rusher.
Exactly.
And he's very similar. He profiles very similarly to Gregory Rousseau on the Bills, who's carved out a pretty damn good career for himself already. And I think he could be as good or better. No brainer right here.
Yeah, I saw a comparison. I forget who it was talking about Jason Pierre-Paul.
Dave Brugler. Yeah.
is it Brugler? Yeah, okay, yeah, at the Athletic who said that. Yeah, great comp right there for him as well. Yeah, I mean he's got the length, he's got the strength. Perfect fit there now. So
Yes.
they've
And
got to be ecstatic in San Francisco to have him sitting there waiting
Cowboys,
for him.
apparently there's just 45 seconds. No, your pick is in. And for the Cowboys here, like a lot of tea leaves suggested Matthew Golden, but there was some offensive line buzz, maybe
It's
Tyler
got
Booker,
yeah,
maybe, or maybe perhaps maybe Tyler Warren, or a running back, Omarion Hampton, maybe.
a lot of options.
A
Yeah,
lot
I
of
mean,
options, but this is a notable report. Mike Fisher, who is another great reporter on the Cowboys beat, he said that Brian Schottenheimer in pre-draft meetings was literally pounding the table for guys who were high character guys. And the Cowboys kind of like let that fall by the wayside a little bit too much in their evaluation. So it's going to be interesting to see if Jerry Jones listens to Brian Schottenheimer here. But the name mostly connected to them was Matthew Golden, although there was some Walter Nolan buzz as well. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's Matthew Golden here. I expect he's the most likely pick here as that complement CeeDee Lamb.
yeah, exactly. Jerry's gonna. You got the offensive head coach. You're gonna draft on offense here, for sure. Banks or Membu not dropping to them. They really could have used a little help on the offensive line. I don't know if this is too early to go for an interior offensive lineman, but they've had good luck with that in the past as well, drafting in Dallas. So,
yeah.
I would definitely be looking at that as a possibility for them, but smart move. Yeah,
here we go.
Smart move offense.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker.
Whoa!
Schottenheimer won. Schottenheimer won. Booker
Jerry gave it up.
The highest character guys in the class. He's going to slide in to replace Zach Martin. I'm actually going to give this a solid B. He's one of the highest players, and he's a leader. He's going to become a new leader for that offensive line. They had to do this, so yes, Shiny Toy is good, but I like it. I'm giving it a B.
Yeah, I like it too. I'm pleasantly surprised. I figured Jerry was going to screw this up. Yeah, so
what's your grade here?
Yeah, I'll give it a B plus. B plus for this one. I love Tyler Booker. You want to talk about the character,
and plus Brian Schottenheimer is going to want to run a pure gap scheme, and Tyler Booker's tailor made for that scheme.
Exactly. So, yeah.
Yeah, now the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. This is a potential trade back candidate here. Like there has been some buzz that the Broncos might want to move up. If Sean Payne sees Tyler Warren as his joker, he's going to move up to 13 to get him right here.
Yeah.
But it all depends on what the Dolphins do. Let's see what happens. Does somebody trade up, or do the Dolphins stand put and make a pick? Because the Dolphins, they're another team that can use almost anything right now because they're aging. Yep. They're going to trade away Jalen Ramsey. They got needs: offensive line, defensive line, corner, safety, you name it.
Yeah, exactly. From Miami is definitely in the position of best player that falls to us here. I can't imagine them going for a tight end, like with Warren still on the board though.
No.
Maybe. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Tight end definitely not a position of need for them. But definitely, yeah, just take. I mean, for that defense, just take the best defensive player. I'd take Jalen Walker if I was Miami. I think that would be my no-brainer, but.
So Alabama, by the way, now 17.
All right, 5:46 on the clock and ticking. Keep the pick or trade, Dolphins.
In draft history, so our colleague Nick Saban, very proud, no doubt about that, and his retirement doing the telecast tonight for us on ABC. So Bama once again with a first-round player, and the Dallas Cowboys
making their selection there at number 12, which leaves the Dolphins on the clock.
All right. So what would you do here if you were the Dolphins if you can't find a trade back partner?
If I
Who
can't
would you
get a
take?
trade, I'd take Jalen Walker. He shouldn't be on the board still at 13. I
Oh,
would
yeah.
pick him right up, plug him right in on that defense. They desperately needed pass rush help. Injuries just devastated that pass rush last year for Miami. So Miami, get Walker. Help anybody who can do anything to get the opponents off the field. That's what they need right now.
Here's another pick here, Gray Zabel. Gray Zabel.
Yep.
This is the ceiling for Gray Zabel, I think.
Yep. And you know, maybe Miami says, yeah, we're gonna offensive line makes sense. Desperately a need there. Got to keep Tua upright. Give him time to find those playmakers. So, but yeah, anywhere. I mean, Miami. I mean, look at their best player on defense. I mean, Zach Seiler probably, but Calais Campbell, who's 38 and has moved on to Arizona. They've got.
This could be Walter Nolan or Kenneth Grant here.
Yeah,
Walter Nolan or Kenneth Grant.
So they're a possibility.
Or Malachi Starks,
Yep.
Emin Wari. Will Johnson is falling. Let me tell you that because there's knee concerns. Teams are worrying about the longevity of his career, as Albert Breer reported earlier in the week. I don't think it's going to be Will Johnson here, but if they do go corner, this could be the ceiling for Jody Barron too, because Barron is that versatile inside-out defensive back that defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver obviously loved during his time in Baltimore.
Yep. So like we talked about with Miami here at 13, they have so many needs. Yeah, it's really going to come down to who is the best player.
Yeah, they turned in their pick. Yeah, so many needs. Just take the absolute best guy on your board.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they should go with Jalen Walker.
Sure about that? You sure? Huh? I mean, you could have picked a better picture at least. Did I get that commercial? Yeah, wow.
And I think the Colts are going
Miami.
Yes, and I think the Colts are going Tyler Warren.
Yeah, I mean they've been tied to Warren throughout the draft, Warren or Loveland, and I think they. No matter who's a quarterback, they've got to get them some help there. They need somebody that can convert first downs, whether it's Daniel Jones or however they end up with it there. So desperately a need for them. They've been tied to tight end throughout this. Having Warren fall in their lap is going to be a easy win for the Colts. They'll be running to the right behind.
Oh yes, and plus they need to get. And plus, they want a weapon to help whoever's quarterback this year so badly. And like I said, outside of Joe Shane and Brian Daboll with the Giants, no two other guys are on shaky ground in the NFL than Chris Ballard and Shane Steichen are. Wouldn't you say so?
Oh, definitely. I mean, let's face it. Working for Irsay doesn't matter what your record is. You're on shaky ground there to begin with, but definitely there's a lot of expectations there in Indianapolis and expectations of winning. So yeah, they've got to be I mean, they're going to be expecting to win, and I think that's going to be Tyler Warren, no doubt.
Yeah, so Dolphins, you would go with Jalen Walker here. Don't go with the tight end. Go Jalen Walker, but if not him, Jody Barron, Kenneth Grant.
Kenneth Grant makes
Walter
sense.
Nolan, Malachi Starks. If you want to go safety, Malachi Starks could be good value here.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or Gray Zabel. Gray Zabel
makes sense as well. Yep, no doubt about that. And then, like we said, Jody Barron possibly sneak into this pick just because of that desperate need at cornerback for Miami. Definitely include him in the mix as well. I mean, they needed a cornerback before they started talking about trading away Jalen Ramsey. So, I mean, you're looking at Cam Smith and Storm Duck as your starting cornerbacks.
And Jade Baird, Adam Schefter reported that both he and Kelvin Banks would go higher than many people think. So this is the ceiling for Barron, as I said.
But yeah, I mean, they the injury to Jalen Phillips last year, Chop Robinson flashed a little. I don't know if they'll go edge rusher again with that first round pick back to back. They could definitely use it. Bradley Chubb was injured, but losing Calais Campbell, they haven't done anything to replace him either. So they've got a need on that interior.
Looks like
line.
My initial hunch was right. Just one trade through 12 picks.
Yeah,
I took but the drama starts with hearing unexpected names, and we're going to start hearing those soon.
Here's the pick. All right.
The Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant.
Kenneth Grant!
All
Very
right.
good job. B plus A minus for me here.
Yeah.
This guy is already a behemoth in the middle against the run, and he's got untapped upside as a pass rusher, and he's that big beefy lineman that Anthony Weaver obviously spent a lot of time with as Ravens D-line coach. Sees similar traits there. Textbook Anthony Weaver D lineman right there.
Yep. Great pick there. Smart.
Yeah, Albert Breer made this connection in his reporting this week. Good job to Albert there.
Yeah, that's a good call right there. Again, like we said, strong up the middle in this draft and definitely a need. Like I was just saying, they hadn't done anything to replace Calais Campbell, who was probably one of their best defensive players, even at age 38 last year. I mean, Grant penetrating, big defensive lineman, tall and big, 330 pounds, 6'3". So, doesn't look like old what's his name, tractor trailer there in the middle of the defense.
Correct.
Not one of those 330 pounds. Thick and athletic. He's on the on everybody's freaks list.
So you're great again. I gave it a B plus. If not,
I'll give it an A minus for him. I really like it. It was the smart move as well for Miami, so you got to give them credit for.
Yeah, start in the trenches. You didn't like the offensive line options. Go D line then.
Exactly.
Good job. And Colts, I on a scale of 1 to 10, how shocked would you be if this isn't Tyler Warren?
Oh, I mean, I'm surprised the pick isn't already in. It's got to be. Tyler
No,
Warren.
it's in.
Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, like I said, they were running up to the there's no doubt here. If it's anybody but Tyler Warren, I'm falling out of my chair here because it's a need. It's desperately what that team needs, an offensive player, helping out their young quarterbacks there as well to have somebody that can.
Also, the offensive line run is real. Will Campbell, Membu, Banks, all in the top 9, and Tyler Booker, 4 of the top 12, and we're going to see a 5th in Gray Zabel very soon. And the Falcons have been widely reported as a team that wants to move back. I could easily see the Texans going up to 15 to jump both the Cardinals and the Seahawks for Gray Zabel.
That would make sense, definitely.
Speculating about them taking a tight end along, and there was one sitting right there for them. Let's see if that's the direction they go. Here's the commish.
Right, here go.
With the 14th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren.
It is Tyler Warren as expected.
All right.
I'm going to give this a B. And it's nothing against Tyler Warren, who's going to, but he and Loveland, a lot of teams had Loveland higher on their board, including the Bears. Like it's a matter of taste between the two. And Nate Tice, as I said, loved Loveland even better than Warren. And I'm sure he's praising the Bears for taking Loveland as we speak. But I think this is straight B because of positional value here.
Yeah, and again, I mean, credit. I'll give it a B plus for the Colts because I thought they would have. They didn't have to trade up. I thought they'd have to trade into the top 10 to get Warren. So for them, staying put, not having to give up additional assets, that's huge for them. Like we said, they've been linked to Warren. He's a desperate need for that offense right there. Plug and play. I mean, it didn't really have anybody at tight end.
All right. But if the Falcons stay here, they could use a Jalen Walker on that defense.
Well, I mean, this is I mean, my God, this is a dream come true for them.
Select the Bulldog.
Just take them. I mean, this is a no-brainer. You know, there is no pass rush in Atlanta, period. You know,
and you also need staff backer help too. Kill two birds with one stone there.
Exactly. So wherever you need him, you've got the guy. You can take him and put him right there. Yeah. So, oh God, yeah. Atlanta can't screw this up. Just right. I mean,
either take Jalen Walker or trade back. Those are your two options.
Yeah,
Jalen Walker, trade back.
You know, unless they get something weird in their head about, you know, a bigger pass rusher, and we see something strange like Mike Green coming off the board.
Or Shamar Stewart here.
Shamar Stewart as well. Yep.
The Falcons have been lead to green. Raheem Morris, for what it's worth, was at his pro day. And I usually, my ears perk up when a head coach attends somebody's pro day.
Yeah.
And Green obviously has those character red flags with the 2 sexual assault charges. And they, if they take Green, I assume that they must have vetted those to the biggest teeth they possibly could.
Yep.
Celebrations are on in the hometowns tonight. Mechanicsville, Virginia, pardon me. And as they were celebrating in his home in Glen Allen, they were also celebrating as his high school. Congratulations, guys. You produced a first-round pick in the NFL draft. We'll be back in Green Bay.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Atlanta's trying to trade
or
down
this
here.
Could be a bet on Walter Nolan. I'd stick here and take Walter Nolan.
Yeah, I mean, they have
they need D tackle, edge, linebacker, corner opposite.
Yeah, I mean, they need everything on defense right here.
Absolutely.
You know, you've got Jesse Bates and AJ Terrell on the back end, and that's about it. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, they need anything you can get them here in the trenches. Yep, they need that pass rusher without a doubt. Off-ball linebacker, they can use that as well. Pick your poison here. Definitely for Atlanta, anywhere on defense. They've spent so many assets on offense over the last couple of years on those first-round picks. So it's you know, Penix, Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, Drake London. You know, they've loaded up on the skill position players with the high offensive picks. So they've got to address that defense here. It's got to be a defensive pick. And like I said, can't go wrong either way. If you want to go interior defensive line, edge rusher, it's just going to come down to what's their preference here at this point. Who, you know, is it a Jalen Walker, Mike Green?
Mike Green, James Pierce Jr. is another name to watch here.
Oh, yeah, Tennessee. Yep. Yeah, if you want, you know, somebody, you know, established, stretchy, you know, longer type of speed rusher on the outside, yeah, Pierce is a choice here. That's somebody that could be open as well. So. And again, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised with a trade down by Atlanta, like the scenario you laid out. A team's moving up for the run on the offensive lineman because one of those guys is probably going to be available and, you know, trade him back. So,
fully custom. Bud Lights can fit there. As many Bud Lights as it takes. Well, Bud Lights. We'll give me one of those.
We are here at Blackberry Friday where everyone wants the unique taste of your Dr. Pepper Blackberry.
Sweet blackberry flavor.
All right. So, I'll upgrade my grade to a B+ for the Colts because they waited and if Tyler Warren was a wide receiver, it'd be an A+, but because of racial value, it's a B+.
Exactly. It's hard to draft a tight end that high as well, but perfect fit for the team, no doubt about it.
Oh, they still haven't turned in their pick. 153 left. tick, 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 as Chris Berman says. Tick,
Oh,
tick,
man.
tick, 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 tick. Can you say it now? Come on, tick,
Oh,
tick,
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 tick.
tick, tick.
I don't have that. I'm not the musician like you, David. I don't have that rhythm there. You know, there's a reason I flunked out of
90
band.
seconds.
Okay.
90 seconds. The longer they're on the clock, I think that, at least in my gut tells me that that increases the odds of a trade.
Yep,
The longer
exactly.
they stay on the clock.
They're trying to work out some kind of trade here as well. So that's
Oh, 107 and counting. Tick, 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 tick. Come on, Terry.
you awake over there? Come on, wake up.
Yeah. If you're going to stay, just take Jalen Walker.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Or Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan, Jihad Campbell's a possibility.
Jihad Campbell may fall.
Yeah.
Because of his injury concerns. And that's just the labrum. Albert Bree reported he might likely need surgery on his other shoulder as well. And he's had knee problems in the past too.
Yeah. So
I'll tell you what, if Jalen Walker gets by the Falcons here, the Bucs are scooping him up at 19. Take that to the bank.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. That would be the best case scenario for the Bucs. Gosh.
So if the Falcons pick is in, Jalen Walker, please. The Falcons usually don't take Georgia Bulldogs in the first round, but I think that would be a big gift to their fan base.
Yep. And
all right.
All right, let's see. It's got to be defensive player. I'd take Jalen Walker. I mean, he shouldn't be here at the 15.
Absolutely, because the Panthers decided to take Tetairoa McMillan instead. They wanted to make Bryce Young happy.
Because you want to get drafted as high as possible, but there's some satisfaction that comes with that. But where you go ultimately is
come on, get the pick out.
And what we're showing you here is a look at the uniqueness of Lambeau Field and Green Bay. This is just across the street. This is just people in their homes celebrating and enjoying themselves.
Gotta
Here
get
in Lambeau Field is one of the things that makes this place so extraordinarily special. Lambeau Field, which will this season be hosting the 69th.
Yeah, I mean, pass rusher. I mean, Jeff Holbrook's the defensive coordinator from the Jets. They always had that pass rush with that 49 defense.
Yep. Yeah, Jeff Ulbrich. And the Falcons reportedly wanted Michael Williams, but the 49ers dashed their dreams at 11.
Yeah. I don't think Jalen Walker is a bad consolation prize.
Oh, no, not at all.
Defense, you know.
You need a leader on your defense, and he's a leader.
Yep. Plug and play. Put him right out there.
All right, here's the Falcons pick.
With the 15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker! A plus.
I mean, talk about here. Sticking and I mean, one of the steal of the draft right now. Walker to be available here. I mean, what a win.
Credit to Daniel Jeremiah. He mocked the scenario last night of Walker sliding to the Falcons. Wow. Good job.
Wow.
They would have traded back if he was off the board, but the value was too good to pick up here. Excellent job, Terry Fontenot. And your pick of Michael Penix is looking a trillion times better than we thought it was in real time last year. So doing a good job, Terry. You Falcons, add them to my list of winners tonight.
Yep.
And now the Cardinals here. The Cardinals, I would Walter Nolan here. Yes, you signed Alvin Tomlinson. You signed Josh Sweat. You brought in Calais Campbell for a swan song. You brought him back to Arizona for a swan song. But as Jonathan Gannett knows from his years in Philly, you can never, ever, 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 ever have too many bodies on that defensive line.
Yep,
you can't.
Exactly.
Nope.
Exactly. Yeah, I'd go right back to the well on defense here for Arizona as well. They made the high. I mean, they made the pick on offense. They got Marvin Harrison Jr. for Kyler Murray, so they need him to take that sophomore step forward. Get that out of Harrison.
Yes, or Matthew Golden or Emeka Egbuka if you want to add another weapon to the offense. They could do that. They could also add one of the Jody Barron could be in play here.
Yeah. Barron makes sense as well.
So many others. Gray Zabel would make sense.
Yep,
Josh Simmons, the left tackle of Ohio State. If you think his medicals are all right and you're okay, you believe you have the infrastructure to deal with his character issues? So many directions here. But, Monty loves to deal down. I think if he doesn't want Gray Zabel, the Texans are going to have to trade up right here to dump the Seahawks for him.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
And keep in mind, the Cardinals traded with the Texans a couple years ago in the Will Anderson deal, remember?
That's right. And
I can easily see something like that happening here with the Texans going from 25 to 16 to get Zabel.
Yep.
Or at Buka even.
Yep, that would make sense as well. Yeah, they can go either side of the ball. Too many needs.
Now we're entering into more of the unpredictable territory here.
Yeah, it's wide open.
Yeah, because like the 3 blue chips and whatever the level is behind blue, the 4 prospects in that career, they're all gone right now.
Yep.
So what would you do if you can't find a trading partner? Who would you take if you were the Cardinals? Walter Nolan. Let's gauge the board here. Walter Nolan.
I've got Nolan.
Scott Campbell, Mike Green, Shamar Stewart, Josh Simmons, Matthew Golden, Emeka Egbuka, James Petervier, Derek Harmon. If you think his medicals are good, and he's falling due to medicals, Buzz has it.
Yeah.
Oh God, options are endless right now. We're at that
it's wide open for Arizona because, like we said, another one of those teams. So many different options. I mean, they can. Pass rush again. They signed Josh Sweat, but gonna need more
Josh Sweat's north of 30. You need to add more there.
Yep, exactly.
I go trenches here. Gray Zabel, Walter Nolan, or Jody Barron makes sense here too.
Jody Barron makes sense. Yep.
Turn the pick in. But I'll tell you what. If
Shamar
Walter
Stewart, Mike Green, whatever, whoever.
Yeah.
A lot of different options, and cornerback as well.
Oh God! I asked somebody a question. Would you be surprised if the Bears consider Colts 11 if they trade back from 10? I asked that question to somebody in the Bears Twitterverse, and I just retweeted it. Yeah. So, but if you had to take your pick, you'd probably go D-line here with Walter Nolan.
I think it would be D-line, pass rush,
or Gray Zabel, or Gray Zabel here,
or Gray Zabel on the offensive line. Yeah, because again, you want to improve, you want to make life better for Kyler Murray. You want to give Marvin Harrison time to get open and take that next step. You're gonna have to build up that interior offensive line. As great as Trey McBride did,
another guy here, Donovan Ezeraku.
Yeah, definitely makes sense here as well.
Albert Breer reported today that people around Tim declare him a culture changer too. Like he could. Okay. So here's Roger Goodell with the Cardinals pick. What do you got? Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon. Walter Nolan, great job. Like I said, I mocked him to the Cardinals in our pre-draft mock on our podcast last week, and this is another good place for Walter Nolan. He gets to learn from one of the best who ever played the defensive tackle position in recent years in Calais Campbell, and then gets to go out on his own and do his thing next year. This is another excellent expert for Walter Nolan. Given the upside, Give me an A+.
Yeah, I mean, straight A here. Nolan, looked like he could have climbed into the top 10. He was flying up the draft boards, and why not? Another explosive 300-pound defensive tackle who can get in the backfield, make big plays, shoot those gaps, and like you said, having Calais Campbell there, to learn from, to pick up, how to do the job, how to be an NFL player. I mean, that's priceless there. You couldn't ask for a better landing spot for him.
Outside, Arizona and San Francisco were two that came to mind.
Yep. Either or. And, definitely. And like we said, not going to have too much pressure on him as well. He'll probably be starting the season just playing on third down, pass rushing, interior pass rush in the nickel package to start the season, and then building up from that. And like you said, taking over from Campbell next year. Great landing spot for Nolan. Great pick. And again, another smart pick here as well. Keep
in mind, Monty Ossenford drafted Jeffrey Simmons in Tennessee.
Yep.
Or he was part of that process. He was he was part of that player personnel and scouting department there. And he's used to getting in defensive tackles that have some character questions. But this guy's character questions were nowhere near as serious it was just a what makes him tick kind of guy. He was like, it's more of an eccentric personality kind of thing with Walter Nolan. But the Mike Green stuff, the James Pierce Jr. stuff, Nolan was a cleaner character than both of them.
Definitely. No doubt about it there. I mean, super high ceiling, and in a position where he can, they're going to have him shoot those gaps, rush the quarterbacks here, and learn from Calais Campbell. Perfect situation for him. And like we said, filling a need, getting the right player, perfect situation for them here. So,
and I see two possibilities for the Bengals here. Mike Green, Benjamin Albright reported that the Bengals, if he fell to them, they would be very interested in him. And the Bengals have a history of taking players with character issues, the one Mike Green has. And Gray Zabel here would make sense. Because you need to fortify that interior and protect Joe Burrow better.
Yeah, exactly.
If you had to pick between those two, who would you pick?
I mean, Cincinnati's made it clear. The offense is the priority. So you've got to add a young guy here. The defense is in desperate need. Losing Hubbard as well to retirement. So Cincinnati just too many needs on defense. They spent the money on offense to keep those receivers there. Yeah, they probably could use the help on the interior offensive line. But they desperately, especially if, this is it for Trey Hendrickson this year as well, they're going to need somebody to be able to rush the passer here. Right now, I don't even know who they have on the other side from Hendrickson. Camp Sample, I forget. I don't even know who's over there. So they're going to have to. They're gonna have to get somebody to rush the quarterback. Miles Murphy certainly hasn't been the first round value they thought they were going to get a couple years ago as well. He doesn't look like an NFL starter, so they got to do something to fix that defense because it cost them this year. That's why they were on the. That's why they're picking at 17 instead of 27 because it should have been a playoff team.
Oh well, yeah. Joe Burrow had an MVP season last year. He just did.
Exactly. Yep. And you ran it back with Higgins and Chase.
Chase got to go deep. It's got to be defense or O-line is the curveball here. Nothing else. It's either going to be Mike Green, but James Pierce Jr. a possibility here. If they're okay with Derek Harmon's medicals, this could be with Derek Harmon.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Goodberry, who's one of the more plugged-in guys in the Bengals universe, predicted Derek Harmon would be their pick here. But if you're okay with his medicals, then take him.
Yep. And
Take
if
him.
you're okay with Green's character, you can take him here too. Or
So,
if
yeah, absolutely. Because
and
you
if-
can't deny the talent. He can hunt that quarterback. FBS leader in sacks last year. Or Ezeraku would make sense here. I'd applaud an Ezeraku pick here.
yeah, Ezeraku, Shamar Stewart still out there, right? He's
Yeah,
still-
but I'm not the biggest Shamar Stewart fan out there.
no, I'm not either as well. I mean, he just didn't. I mean, he's you know, locker room,
And there's questions
didn't-
about his. There's Shamar Stewart. There's questions about his passion for the game. There's
Right.
questions about his passion.
I
the
mean, he's a guy who should have been out there piling up double-digit sacks, and he had what, less than 5 in 3 years as a starter. I mean, that's you can't. Yeah, I mean, it's looks like the NFL player has the size, has the strength, but Stewart just doesn't have the production. It's like he's a huge gamble in the first round.
Yeah,
really.
Shefty says they're taking. Shefty said, "Look for pass rush here. Look for pass rush because keep in mind that he said that they and Trey Anderson are still not close to a long-term agreement here." So, So Roger Goodell, how do the Bengals upgrade that defense? Oh, do we have a special guest here for the Bengals or something? No, we don't.
All right.
With the 17th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart.
Shamar Stewart!
Wow.
Traits, going with traits.
Wow.
I'm going to give this a B- because
Yeah, that'd be right position. I don't know if it's the right guy. That's oof.
I'm giving it a C+ because I'm just not a fan of him.
Yeah, I'll do straight C here as well. Man.
Yeah. Maybe he proves us all wrong, but I'm just very skeptical given the Bengals' track record at evaluating defensive talent in recent years.
Yeah. Oh.
Freak athlete, but this guy, it looks like he has. Doesn't appear he's more workout warrior than anything else.
He's Mike Mamula, right? The Eagles,
Right.
1995 from Boston College, the workout warrior who he did nothing in college, no production, but won in the weight room and overdrafted and just did not work out. So, yeah,
he's one of the most polarizing prospects in this class. And the Seahawks here, if they don't trade back, this pick has got to be Gray Zabel. Got to be.
Yeah,
they
desperately need the offense,
unless the Texans give them a king's ransom.
Yep.
Unless the Texans give them a king's ransom, stay here and take Gray Zabel. Got to build that offensive line first and take your wide receiver tomorrow with one of those 2 second-rounders.
Yeah, plenty of wide receivers to come off the board in the second round. Yeah, they've got to get some kind of offensive line here. Help is desperately needed. Wow, Shamar Stewart. Jeez.
I don't think we're going to see if the Seahawks keep this pick. I don't think we see the Bucs trade back, and I don't think we see the Broncos trade back because I think even if they trade back with the Texans from 25, I think they would risk missing out on both Omari and Hampton and trade that Henderson. Keep in mind the Steelers and Chargers both need running backs.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult decisions to be made coming up right here.
Whew.
Yeah, so a C for Cincinnati and or a C, a capitalized C in the word uncertain.
Uncertain, exactly.
He's got the traits but no production.
Yeah, I mean that's such a big red flag. Oof. Yeah, that's scary.
100%. Yeah.
All right, well, Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow's jobs just got a little bit harder in the AFC North. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And the Seahawks pick is in. I'd say it has to be Gray Zabel here, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, Gray Zabel. Yeah, you got to take. You have a huge need on the interior offensive line.
Not just interior, 4 spots at least are uncertain.
Yeah.
And Charles Cross is no sure thing either. He's your surest thing.
Yep. But God, that's right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Gray Zabel, Donovan Jackson. Does somebody?
Donovan Jackson here. Yeah.
Yeah, possibility there. I mean, do they go? I don't know. Is it?
Just personal. We use money as a tool to help
Do you
all the
do you go for Josh Simmons here? Like that's possibility as well.
Yeah, he's got the character issues, but the Ravens, where Mike McDonald came from before Seattle, they took some rolls of the dice on character, but give it. Actually, I like the core of the Seahawks have, especially on defense right now.
Yeah.
But in order to build the core offense, you need a high character guy. Gray Zabel is that.
Zabel's perfect fit, interior offensive line, plug and play center right here. Yeah, you can't go wrong with him. I mean, it's a safe pick, it's a need pick, and that makes too much sense.
Correct.
I know you could go on anywhere you want. He stayed at North Dakota State, loyal to that program, and he can play anywhere on that line. But he could be a Pro Bowl guard at the pro level.
Especially if they feel really good about their two tackles, those young tackles they taken in the draft, Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas. They feel really good about those tackles. Then I think they'll attack the interior of the line as well.
A quick notice when you make the conviction that there's been one trade so far.
Just one trade. It's going the way I initially expected. Just always trust your gut. It's just ignore a lot of the pre-draft. The balls in the hours lead up to the draft.
Yeah.
Exactly. Here we go. Seahawks. Gray Zabel.
There we
A.
go.
Give me an A. Do you give us an A?
Yeah, I'll give him an A right there. You could, like I said, plug and play. You want to put him at guard. You want to put him wherever you want on the offensive line. He
was the star of the week at the Senior Bowl. 5-position versatility, high character guy. And this is a draft with players like him. You need a guy to set the tone for your offense. He's exactly that.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, now the Bucs are on the clock at 19, and if they don't move back, I think it's one of two guys here. Jihad Campbell, if they're okay with his medicals, that's one. And number two, Donovan Ezeraku. Albert B reported that they absolutely love Ezeraku there.
All right, makes sense. Yeah, I can see Ezeraku, definitely a need there. Yeah, Jihad Campbell, it's the medicals.
Or could the Chargers or Steelers jump the Broncos for one of those running backs here, perchance?
Possible. I'm really interested to see, what happens with Sanders when the Steelers are on the clock, because
absolutely. Oh my God, the cameras are going to be fixated on him in his house in Texas.
And everything you hear coming out of Pittsburgh is Mike Tomlin loves him.
Yeah.
Is Tomlin going to win the battle to get his guy?
Correct. But keep in mind, the Steelers have done a lot of work on D tackles, although if they're not okay with Derek Carmen's medicals, that cupboard is bare right now with Mason Graham, Walter Nolan, and Kenneth Grant now all off the board.
Yep. So,
but keep in mind, wide receiver could be a sneaky need for Steelers because this is George Pickett's 5-year contract, and there's buzz that he could be on the trading block eventually.
Well, I mean, I think in the second round, if we get that run of wide receivers and somebody misses out, you don't think the Steelers will take a second-round pick this year for him?
Look for the Steelers as a candidate to trade back. They want to recoup some of the value lost in that trade.
Yeah.
For DK Metcalf.
Yep. So Metcalf, so they're short on picks. Yep. But
All right, Bucks, let's see what you got. Yeah, so I think it's most likely Jihad Campbell or Donovan Ezeraku here.
Yeah, either one makes sense.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Creamy's
they addressed the offensive line last year in Tampa Bay. They stole Jalen McMillan in the third round. It looked like a great pick for them there. So Bucky Irving as well. Day 3 pick turned into a steal. So
here's another possibility. Matthew Golden or Mika Egbuka Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are long of the tooth. Doesn't hurt to draft a year ahead in advance, if you know what I mean.
Yep, makes sense. Get him a year to get up to speed. Jump ahead of the run on the expected run on the wide receivers late in the first, early in the second round here. But yeah, I mean, rolling the dice on the pass rusher with Hassan Reddick after that horrible the holdout and the zero production he put up in New York last year. So definitely going to be possibility there. And like we said, everybody's talked Jihad Campbell. The need, just plug him in the middle. He's got Levante David there to learn from. So.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So.
The ESPN ticker froze at 4:55. Gotta fix it. Gotta fix it. Graphics team.
Yeah. NFL Network says pick is in. So.
Yeah, makes sense. So Jihad Campbell or Donovan Ezra here, but one of those two receivers I mentioned wouldn't be a shock either.
Yeah. Ooh, that's quite the crowd there. They got an overhead.
Yes, the Broncos are on the clock, and they got 8 minutes and 30 seconds to decide.
All right, so Tampa Bay is in.
Deciding what's your dinner every night for the rest of your life.
With the first selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers.
Comparing Shedeur Sanders to Aaron Rodgers just does not make sense. He's nowhere near as tradesy a prospect as Rodgers was. Nowhere near that.
Not even close. No. Oh.
I understand to go to dig into the well here, but it's far more. The hype is just not warranted on Shedeur Sanders. It just isn't. He's just not. He's a what you see is what you get guy. He's a Teddy Bridgewater or a Mac Jones, as you say.
Exactly.
All right, Bucks. What do you got?
So what were the possibilities that we would have Shedeur Sanders still on the board available as we arrive at the 19th pick, which is where we are now? Well, as you can see, it was about 15-50. He would be there at 13. The percentages continue to drop, and we were a few picks away from the Steelers at 21. Adam Schefter, what can you tell us?
Well, Brady, we're not going to see Shedeur picks at 19 or 20. The Buccaneers are sticking at 19. The Broncos are sticking at number 20.
Schefter says Broncos are sticking at 20.
Okay, so they're not moving.
Yeah, so it means it's one of those two running backs, and we'll get to that debate after we talk about the Bucks pick. So Steelers.
All right, come on, Roger, get out there.
Yeah.
All right, Chet, the you saw Shedeur with his legendary father and longtime coach, Deion Sanders, with his coach all through his life. But the Buccaneers are on the clock right now. Here comes the commissioner with the 19th selection.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka
Egbuka!
Oh!
Chris, long-term replacement for Chris Godwin, right there.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, I mean,
I got to give this an A. He's a high character guy. He's a natural successor for Chris Godwin long term. Yes, you brought him back, but
hey, at all, it's like drafting a Georgia defensive player. You're not going to go wrong with an Ohio State wide receiver. Come on.
I gave it an A. What about you?
Yeah, an A. I really thought they'd go with the defense here, but Egbuka makes a ton of sense. And like you said, Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, the clock is ticking there. So yeah, the next slot receiver, he's got a year to learn from Godwin, insurance for if Godwin gets injured again. So yeah, perfect landing spot for him. And helping out Baker Mayfield for the long term here in Tampa Bay. And
Yeah.
like you said, Ibuka, you can't find anybody that can say anything bad about the guy. So
Of course, Peter Schrager said that Emeka Buka was bar none the most universally well-liked prospect of this entire class by all teams.
yeah, exactly. And Ohio State, he's going to help him out on the special teams returns, kick and punt returns this year as well, right away.
And then naturally slided that slot to replace Chris Godwin. And with the Broncos here, if they stick here at 20, and I assume they are because the trade back market is just non-existent here.
Yeah, right now, nobody.
Just non-existent, and it's one of the two running backs. Amari after the trade on Henderson, and the debate between the two, it's more complicated than you think. An NFL running backs coach, when asked by Luca Evans, who now covers the Browns for the Denver Post, when asked to say who do you prefer, Omari Epton or Trayvon Edwards, he said, "There's no comparison. They're two completely different running backs, aren't they?"
Yeah, I mean, they really are. So you're looking at running back here, and there's so many different flavors of running backs out there right now, and those two as well, like you said. Henderson and Hampton, two different guys. Henderson, the very fast, smaller guy. Hampton's that low to the ground, a little bit more weight on him as well, but still fast, still able to contribute. Yeah, and I mean Hampton, other than Genty being, otherworldly, would easily be the number one back in most draft classes here.
But he has his wards just like Henderson does.
Well,
Henderson,
exactly.
Yeah. Genty is in a class of his own amongst these running backs.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yep.
Yeah. So who would you pick? But would you understand if they went the other way? Is my question.
Okay.
So it's a two-sided question. Who would you pick between those two running backs, and would you understand if they went in the opposite direction?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably go with Henderson. I think he's got a little bit more wiggle in the game.
And he has more potential to be that joker.
Yes, exactly. Yep. So yeah, he's got more wiggle. He's got that bounce out and make the big play. He's got that home run potential more so. Hampton I like, but
it's like pick your ice cream flavor.
Right, here. Exactly. If you want the little bit the thicker, the bulked up back who's not so much that home run threat, but that accelerating through the line of scrimmage, pick up 7-8 yards, bursting through the line type of guy, then boom, you go with Hampton. So yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with either one. If I'm Denver, I'm looking for that big play potential, though.
Both of them have that in a way.
They both have that, but I think Henderson a little bit more so potential there for that as well. So, and Henderson, excellent pass catcher as well. So
and excellent pass protector too.
So. Yeah, so I mean, for me, I think it's just that gives him that slight edge there with the being able to play on 3 down back.
Yeah.
This stuff works.
Right. Yeah, but this isn't really terrible value for a running back here, is it?
No, 20. Once you get to 20 here, the number 2 running back after Genty, you're nothing with the value problems here at all. So
yeah. So Hampton and Trayvon Henderson, they're more closer together than you think.
Yep.
So they turned their pick. It's definitely one of these 2 running backs. Oh boy. God.
Again, right now it's time for a look at Mel's best available, brought to you by Courtyard by Marriott.
Okay, guys, we'll go with Shador. I'm amazed right now that he's still on the board after I wasn't there in New Orleans. I'm going to wait and see.
So either Hampton or Henderson, one of those 2 backs.
Yeah, that would make the most sense.
Yeah.
Where he went, good corner, had he been healthy through the process, would have been a top 10 to 15 pick. I love Avari and Hampton for Denver. I've said it for 3 months. They need a running back which can play.
Yeah, the Broncos have one of the weakest running back rooms in the league as of right now, but that is all about to change, most likely, right here.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, they do have the offensive line, and I don't think Matthew Golden is a guy you take here because he has kind of redundant skill set in that wide receiver room.
Yeah, exactly. I would. We haven't said anything about them going on defense, though. They do play.
Harmon's medicals. Harmon would have been in play if not for his medicals, but the word has it he's off the board because of medicals. All right. Which this is most likely a running back, either Omari and after the trade. So remember that Benjamin Albright riddle I told you about?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Here we go. And they have a Make-A-Wish kid announcing this pick. This is one of my favorite moments of the draft, when the Make-A-Wish kids get to announce the pick.
Yeah.
And the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. Yes. One of those wishes will be coming true right now. Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer. His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam.
Yeah, Sam. Let's give him the big hand, folks. He's been battling brain cancer for several years. God bless him.
Wow.
Here we go.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron.
Jahdae Barron! Wow!
Well, it's a surprise. Wow.
Yeah, but this isn't a bad pick at all. I think the value is good here.
Oh.
And keep in mind, Barron is they wanted to upgrade that slot corner position. Jaquan McMillan is yeah, I'm giving this a B plus, A minus, dare I say, because you put him in the slot, or he could land outside. And Pat Surtain and Riley Moss, they played on strengthening of strength. I like this.
Well, I mean, like we said, they're that division. They're gonna have. I mean, they had that strong defense last year, but yeah, they're definitely in that same situation. You're seeing Patrick Mahomes. You're seeing Herbert there. Now you got Geno in there as well, so you've got to be able to defend the pass if you're in the AFC West, no doubt about it. So makes sense. Yeah, really upgrades that pass defense, takes that to a,
Yeah, it's much better value than a running back here.
Yes, exactly, and exactly, they'll be able to go in a later round, second, third, fourth round, still find value at the running back position. But cornerback, you're not going to get anybody that good, no doubt about it. So,
yes, and I think the Broncos did homework on did intel work, and they believe that they could get a quality running back tomorrow.
Yep, definitely plenty of running backs available.
And I think they use the value better here. Like Jahdae Barron, this guy was number 13 on Arif Assad's consensus big board. 13, and he and Will Johnson were the highest guys left. And this big board, I'm not saying it's the resource, but it is my go-to resource to gauge value here. They did it perfectly here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for value pick, you can't beat that there. Premium position cornerback facing Patrick Mahomes twice a year. You're gonna have to have cornerbacks that can stick to those receivers for extended periods of time. Yeah, and like you said, running back. Hampton Henderson still on the board. The other Ohio State running back, Judkins, will be there tomorrow. Caleb Johnson. So Dylan Sampson, Bashawn Tootin, like we said, Bashal Tootin. There's plenty of guys there. Somebody's going to fall in love with Scadaboo. I can tell you that right now. He'll be off the board. probably at the day 2. So yeah, plenty of value for running backs out there on day 2 and bleeding over into day 3, like we talked about with the Ollie Gordons and you know, Jadon Blue out of Texas, those type of guys. So plenty of
Yes.
value at running back. So yeah, not reaching for the running back. You would have decent value. You know, it wouldn't be an overdraft, but like you said, the value of getting one of the top cornerbacks, maybe, you know.
Yes, adding strength into strength. It's just
Yep.
as important to strengthen strengths in drafts as it is to address weaknesses.
Exactly. Yep. So yeah, strong pick there at cornerback. Yeah, outside of Travis Hunter, there's your number 2 cornerback, especially with Will Johnson with the medical issues. So
Yeah. So the Stillers, is this Shador Sanders? Is this Matthew
Oh.
Golden? Is this Omarion Hampton or Travion Henderson? It's one of those 2 running backs or Matthew Golden if it's not Shador.
yeah,
Here we go. Moment of truth here. Derek Harmon.
Ooh, ho, ho.
In their scouting reports for NFL.com, Lance Zierlein quoted an anonymous decision maker saying, he reminds me of a young Cam Hayward, only bigger. That's your Cam Hayward successor. Looks like the Steelers were okay with his medicals.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. Same situation. Having that veteran in that position, probably with about a year left to go. Line them up in there. Yeah, between him and Keanu Benton, you've got that big middle of the defensive line again in Pittsburgh, keeping that strong for them. So that's a solid pick for the Steelers, and yeah, it didn't fall for the flash. So
Yes, A- here
yeah,
because of the injuries. You give it an A-.
yeah, B+. I mean, I think they were hoping somebody would fall to them, but you know, surprisingly, yeah, we haven't had a lot of head scratchers here as far as, you know, what the heck were they thinking kind of picks in this draft so far. So a lot of teams they think, yeah, A-, B+, right in that range.
Yeah, similar rate that we gave the Broncos for Jody Barron, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Good value there. Yeah, I mean, and Harmon again, like we said, if they're okay with the medicals, it's great value, you know, because you're looking at a guy that a lot of people, you know, before the medicals started dragging him down, had him in the top 15 picks. So can't fault Pittsburgh on that.
So the Chargers here, I think it's Matthew Golden or one of the 2 running backs here. They need weapons. Or here's a sneaky pick, Mason Taylor.
Ooh, yeah, go tight end. Yeah, unless or pass rusher, they could go pass rusher here.
Yep.
Definitely an option.
And here's a connection. Vance Joseph's cousin at the University of Texas coached Jody Baird, so they had intel on him.
Okay.
Yes, and a lot of people freaking out about no running back there.
Mm.
There's something to be said about positional value, folks. Wake up. I think the Broncos made the right choice, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean,
make the strength.
Exactly. You know, and you can never have enough skill position players. Yeah, and like we talked about, you know, you got Mahomes, you got Herbert in your division there. You got to deal with.
And Gino now. Don't forget Gino.
And
He's
Gino as well.
Gino
as well. And you know, again, it's the NFL. You've got to have the depth at those positions as well for the injuries. So upgrading McMillan, definitely being able to step in if Surtain or Moss are banged up. Yeah, it's like you said, adding strength to that strength. The defense is the strength right now. Running back, you know, we saw it in Tampa Bay. We saw it with the Giants. There's value on day 2, day 3 of the draft. Getting running backs, you can find the
Keep in mind,
starters.
I don't mean to say it happens all the time, not most of the time, but Alvin Kamara was a third-round pick.
Third round pick. There's a lot of value at the running back position, and this is an exceptionally deep draft as well. Like we've talked about, there's so many good running backs out there. You're gonna find those guys on day 2, day 3. You don't have to reach for those running backs, and I think that's what we're seeing the teams doing here is they're attaching that positional value and saying, "I can wait on the running back." Not including Ashton Genty, who obviously is the unicorn of that group. So,
yep.
It started today.
let's see. Yeah.
All right. So Chargers, I think it's two of those running backs are Matthew Golden here or Mason Taylor.
Yeah. Yeah. Skill position player makes sense here. Get Herbert.
They don't have anybody outside of Ladd McConkey in that skill group. None.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, I mean they got Mike Williams back. My God, he was a shell of himself before last season.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Daniel Jeremiah thinks he's Daniel Jeremiah compared Johnny Barron to Brian Branch.
Ooh, that's an interesting.
And you know how much a big impact he's had on that Lions defense.
Definitely. Yeah, this feels like a good Matthew Golden landed spot here. Definitely.
Yeah, Matthew Golden or Omarion Hampton or Travion Henderson.
Yeah. Or like you said, Mason Taylor's a dark horse candidate here as well. Upgrade that tight end position as well.
Mm-hmm. And plus, I think the Broncos have intel that a lot of these running backs, if not all of them, are going to fall to day 2, and they could use their chips to trade up for them tomorrow.
Yep, they can move up the board, get a running back.
And we're trading cheap in this draft. If you think it's cheap today, it's going to be cheaper tomorrow.
That's right. Oh yeah.
All right, Chargers. Chargers could be a trade back candidate. Keep in mind they wanted to trade back last year, but obviously the nobody wanted to trade up for the fourth quarterback at the end, so they did the right thing and took the best player on their board, and Joe Alt. And I think this is the same scenario here for the Chargers.
Yeah, I don't know. Is Cleveland Giants
I wonder if they would like Donovan Ezeraku here.
Ezeraku definitely would make sense.
That they need edge.
They definitely need edge. Yep. Yeah, Khalil Mack and Bud Dupree a little past their prime.
Yeah, the D tackle cupboard is bare here, or Mason Taylor wouldn't be a shock here either.
Yeah, I mean, Mason Taylor would make sense.
He's a Jim Harbaugh kind of player. Well, you could say that. He's a Sean Payton type of player too, because this guy only has football, like Bo Nix, only football stuff in his backpack.
Exactly.
Oh, the pick has to be in. There's not 5 seconds out of the clock here. Come on.
No,
the pick has to be in here. Oh, well, but keep in mind, if the clock, no, the pick is in. Good job. ESPN didn't have to wait. Yeah.
All right.
So we gave Johnny Baird and Derek Harmon both B+ grades.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, edge rusher makes sense. I don't know. Yeah, Ezeraku makes sense. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know if they'll roll the dice on Green. He's looking more and more like very
Yes,
late.
yes, and also they needed to upgrade the slot corner. Jake Von McMillan was a feel good story as an undrafted free agent, but at the end of the day, he might have made a play here or there. But for every one interception he made, he blew 5 coverages.
Yep, exactly. It's a
Yep, the NFL is a meritocracy. If you see a position that a player on the board that you know for a fact will upgrade that position, you do that all the time.
exact, and having the luxury to be able to do that, defense is no glaring holes on the defense other than that slot cornerback position. Have him somebody who can roll out to the outside if needed as well. Yeah, that's good, great value there, like we talked about for Denver. Great value.
Yeah. And all right, the pick is in for the Chargers. I still would expect Matthew Golden, Omarion Hampton, Travion Henderson, Mason Taylor, or if you want to go defense, Donovan Ezeraku here.
Yeah, Ezeraku makes sense.
Although Harbaugh, I'm sure he wants bigger edge rushers, but he's used smaller ones at Michigan, hasn't he?
Yeah, he had some speed rushers there. So yeah, he can go for smaller. That wouldn't surprise me. Ezeraku makes sense, I think, but
here we go.
With the 22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select
Omarion Hampton.
Oh, there's the running back. All right, so
he's a Harbaugh back. He's big. He's physical. He's tough. Yep. And running behind Mekhi Becton, Joe Alt, Rashad Slater, solid B right here.
Oh, I like that. Yeah,
I'll give it a B plus because of where they take. Yes, it's a running back, and he has his warts. He's not perfect, but I like the value here. B plus.
I'll give him a B. Who did they sign? Oh, didn't they sign
Najee Harris?
Yeah.
But he's not a long-term solution. No way.
He's no. He's let Hampton get up to speed for first month of the season, and then if you have Najee Harris in your fantasy team, be prepared to trade him by the end of September. So
yeah.
Very good hands as well. Had a career high.
Yes.
Two touchdowns this year. Doesn't have the elusiveness of legit things.
Yeah, and like we talked about with Hampton, different kind of running back there. So, pick your preference. And like you said, he's much more of a Harbaugh back, no doubt about it.
Yeah. And the Packers are now on the clock. Donovan, this could be Ezeraku. Jeff Hafley recruited him to Boston College, keep that in mind, or Matthew Golden here if they want to go wide receiver. But corner could be in play here too. This could be Will Johnson. Gary Wolfel, who I know, a pretty good friend of mine who covers the Packers. He said that the Packers were trying to trade up for Will Johnson. This could be Will Johnson.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so definitely.
Will Johnson would make sense here.
Yeah, they big need at cornerback there.
Yes, and the Broncos just saw us. You never draft for need, ever. Never draft for need. I still think the Broncos made the right choice by passing on Omarion Hampton there. Don't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely think so. Like we said, there's so much value.
And after all the running backs after Jetty have serious shortfalls that could doom them in the NFL. For Hampton, it's his vision and how he takes out too much contact.
Yep, exactly. And in the NFL, that can be a big negative there if you're taking on contact.
Yeah. So the possibilities for the Packers here. I see Will. Let's check Arifas Consensus Big Board. Will Johnson's the best guy left, but he's got injury concerns. They don't need a safety. Fine with Mike Green's character, they could go Mike Green. Josh Simmons could be a player because keep in mind their left tackle Rasheed Walker. I think that's his name. He's coming out of contract after this year, and they're going to obviously pay Zach Tom a big bag to stay there at right tackle. You need a left tackle if you're okay with that. Matthew Golden. James Pierce Jr. If you think you got the characters there, but Ezra, I guarantee you. Don't you think Jeff Hafley is banging the table for?
Oh, he's got to
Ezra
be in
there?
this, screaming for Ezraku. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and again, if they're fine with the Josh Simmons, or they want to go with Connerly, that's a possibility for tackle as well here. Yeah, those are the. And like we talked about, quarterback with Will Johnson. I mean, seems like that makes too much sense, right? Seems like everybody's been doing what really makes sense here. So, makes sense for them to go there. The need at cornerback, Eric Stokes moved on. Not sure what's going to happen with Jair.
Maxwell Hairston also is a name to watch here.
Maxwell Mad Max, definitely, yeah.
Maxwell Hairston, Will Johnson, Matthew Golden, Josh Simmons, Donovan Ezraku, Mike Green, you name it.
Yep. Yeah, Ezraku, much safer pick, and might be a better fit in Green Bay as well. So.
Oh, keep in mind, the Broncos have several guys on their defense from Texas. Brandon Jones is from Texas. Malcolm Roach is from Texas. PJ Locke, a safety, is from Texas. And Brandon Jones just tweeted, Denver Longhorns.
Not a bad position to be in there.
Yeah.
But Matthew Golden's still on the board, man. He's messing up a lot of people's mock drafts.
Well, keep in mind, Matthew Golden is a guy who wasn't a true wide receiver one in college, and he became a household name. To his credit, he shined when the lights were the brightest in the SEC championship at the Texas College Football Playoff run. But
yeah, exactly. It's he definitely doesn't have the tape to back up the wide receiver one there.
100%.
And I think that's why we saw Buka go ahead of him as well. I mean, he put down 4 years of tape that, no complaints. Packers taking their time.
We never take a wide receiver in the first round, but that's what you're saying. Matthew Golden is still on the board now. I've said his name about 5 times already with him. Matthew Golden, I think they're one of the pure production. I thought Houston, for what they were able to do for 2 years, he did a solid job. And then this year, it's supposed to be Isaiah Bond, it was Matthew Golden. Then Matthew Golden got a 4.29. I don't know what else he can need to do. Yeah, I'd like to see 2 years in Texas. But only had 1 season. They give it all, and then he ran great. Matthew Golden here, he came in the late first round. Miller already went. The boot already went. But
Steve Sarkisian, he's such a great guy.
Yeah. All right, Packers. God, I'm losing my train of thought here.
Finally got the pick in.
Yeah, Packers. NFL Network says it's in.
Yep, NFL Network saying the pick is in.
So, Matthew Golden, Donovan Ezraku, Maxwell Hairston, Will Johnson, Josh Simmons, Josh Connerly Jr. even?
Yeah, Connerly could be in here. Let's see who's wins the battle here. Because, like we said, Hafley's going to want Ezraku here, but I don't think they expected Matthew Golden to be on the board.
Yep.
Are the Packers going to take a wide receiver in the first round? That's wasn't that the Aaron Rodgers complaint? No first round wide receivers for him all those years. So.
The Minnesota Vikings will be up next at 24, followed by Houston and then the Rams. So we continue to wait for spots where a quarterback may go, and now we're looking here at the Green Bay Packers. Set to make their pick. So the pick is in.
Oh, they're playing Roll Out the Barrel in Green Bay. That's the Packers theme song. Roll out the barrel. We have the Blues on the run.
Here we go. Oh. And Mark Murphy.
Well, Mark Murphy's reign as CEO comes to an end.
Yep. So this will be his last pick here. So there he is.
Here we go.
Heck of a run for Mark Murphy, though. Wow.
Yep. And he's going to read the pick.
Okay, Green Bay, it's your time. To make this historic pick, please give it up for first team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, two-time Super Bowl champion, and Packers president and CEO, Mark Murphy.
The last hurrah for Mark Murphy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roger. How about this atmosphere? Isn't it unbelievable? Roger, thank you and the NFL for bringing the draft here in Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here. On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL. Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners?
Stockholders are the owners.
Yeah. Last report to his bosses here.
Special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver.
Matthew Golden.
Whoa! Wow.
Matthew, and the crowd goes wild.
Wow. Another weapon for Jordan Love. Wow.
Yeah, they needed to address this because Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs are both coming out of contract. They had to get out in front of it. B plus.
Yep, B plus, premium position here. Golden, like you said, messed up a lot of mock drafts because I think a lot of people had him in the top 15. So for him,
yeah, but the Packers break the streak and finally draft a wide. I had a feeling it was going to happen here, didn't you?
Yeah, it was overdue, and yeah, I mean, like you said, Watson and Dobbs, I don't see them paying them. With the contracts coming up, Watson with the injury history, and Golden gives them that deep threat. Jaden Reed can work underneath, and leaves them. It's still a ton of young wide receivers there. They're rolling out Watson, Dobbs, Reed. They've got Dontavian Wicks over there as well. So yeah, plenty of pass catchers, and Golden should fit right in there and give them that deep threat that Jordan Love desperately needs there for that offense. So yeah, good pick for them. A little flash and speed there for that wide receiver room.
Yep. You said it. So the Vikings, they were a prime candidate to trade back, but they couldn't. If they couldn't trade back, I'm not sure anybody trades back here.
Right, exactly. And I mean, this is where I was expecting the trade to start picking up here.
A player that's been linked to the Vikings is Nick Emenwari. And the fireworks are going off at Green Bay. Nick Emenwari or Malachi Starks would make a lot of sense here too.
Yeah, either one of those two.
Either one of those two safeties, or Donovan Jackson, as we mocked him. Have him as one of the guards. Complete your interior offensive line. You would have a monster of an offensive line with Darrison O'Neal at the tackles and an interior of Ryan Kelly, Will Fries, and Donovan Jackson, who could play tackle in a pinch as well.
Exactly. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for Minnesota offensive line. Yeah, cornerback definitely could use some juice there too, but
yep. Matthew Golden's eyes. That they're going to let Golden make like they allowed Thierry Arnold to talk to the Lions last year.
Yep, that makes.
Yeah, no, hopefully they could use that long speed more than Texas did.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Jordan Love's got the arm to get to take advantage of that, no doubt. And that was one of the problems in Texas. Quinn Ewers wasn't able to air it out.
What is it like to stand here in front of all these Packers fans?
Man, it's a blessing. You know, I put in so much work to get here, and I got my family here, man. It means the most to me, man. I can't thank God enough. At
Texas, you stepped up big when the
It's strange. Nobody, the lack of trade up here. I really expected.
And you know, I get up anywhere on the field, man. Whatever the team need me to do, that's what I'm willing to do. But I'm bringing that dog mentality.
Bringing that dog mentality. Yeah, go get him, Matthew Golden.
Yeah, so looks like the teams at the top of the second round are happy to wait for Sanders.
The quarterbacks.
Yeah,
and Tyler Shug. Tyler Shug too.
Yep, Shuck as well is included in that group. So and it looks like they're happy to wait for those three quarterbacks to drop down to them. So Minnesota on the clock. Doesn't look like there's any. Yeah, either of those safeties would make sense here. Emin Worry, do it all kind of guy. Malachi Starks got the pass coverage ability there as well. Play center field. Either one could plug in Minnesota, help out at that safety position. Harrison Smith is long past his prime there.
Yeah.
Or like we had talked about as well, when we had blocked it out as well. Offensive line, you can, like you said, that's a heck of an offensive line to fill in that gap.
With Donovan Jackson, Evan Warrior Starks, or Maxwell Hairston could be here. They need speed at corner.
Selections in for the Vikings.
Yeah, they were like one of the prime candidates to trade because they only have 4 picks. They couldn't do it.
Nope. Nobody
there's
wants
no,
to trade
There's
up.
no trade market. There's no trade market because the talent is so equal.
Yep.
Donovan Jackson! Complete the project and stick to the trenches. This is an A. I give it an A.
Straight A. Hey, they did what we told them to do. Perfect pick. Can't ask for anything better than that.
Donovan Jackson.
Oh, is that a trade?
I think the Texans should trade because the board is jumbled here.
Yeah. Saying Giants on the clock on NFL Network here.
Jackson Dart. Has to be Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
Don't you think so?
I would think. I can't imagine it's Shador go for the Giants. I don't see how. New York.
Giants gave up their 3rd round pick in 2026 and their 2nd and late and compensatory pick. So I think this is a reasonable price for them.
Yep.
More than a reasonable price.
They got tired of waiting. All right. So
this has to be Jackson Dart here. He's got the traits.
Yep.
And the buzz has been building in days that the Giants are fans of his. Yeah, I think the Texans, great job, Nick Caserio, trading back. Now the Texans have first, 2 seconds, and 2/3 next year. 5 picks.
Wow.
Caserio's doing the right thing, folks.
Man,
I give the Texans an A for moving out here because the board was gone. The offensive line board was jumbled and gone. The wide receiver board gone. Trade back. Those were the 2 needs. Move back.
Makes perfect sense. Yep. Yeah, so Giants moving up, it's got to be a quarterback, and like you said, traits. Yeah, it's probably. I can't. I just don't see it being Sanders if that's there. Think you take a floor guy with your to trade into the first round. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Dart, Shuck, one of them here. Yeah,
No, definitely not Shuck. It's got to be Dart
got to be Dart. All right.
because he has the highest upside of all the remaining quarterbacks
Yeah.
in this draft.
Yeah, you got to go with the up. If you're trading into the first round, you're getting the upside quarterback. There's no doubt about it. So
Yeah. Yeah, but keep in mind, the Giants were obviously linked to Shedeur this whole time. But as Diana Rossini said something all day, there was a point where he was the top quarterback on the board, but she also had something changed since then.
Right.
Should we call Nick Caserio Trader Nick? I think we should.
I think we should. I definitely. We said he's going to have to do at least 3 trades, and he's got 2 down already, right? So,
yeah.
Guaranteed to make the moves. Whew.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
So disregard my comment from 2 minutes ago of, the teams are content to wait for the second round for the quarterbacks because thought it would be a little sooner, but we finally got some movement up to the Giants trading up here. So. Yeah, and like we had talked about before with the Giants, with their job on the line, it makes more sense to get the developmental quarterback, even if he's sitting for a year behind Russell Wilson. It kind of buys you that, hey, we had to give him an extra year, so wait till he comes in next year and don't fire us if Russell Wilson doesn't work out.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're easily. Dart gives them more of an on ramp because of his upside. That they think it'll like their leash a little bit.
Exactly.
Sanders does because he's what you see is what you get, and I'm not sure Sanders would function well in a quarterback room with Russ and Jameis Winston.
No, that doesn't seem like a good fit at all.
All right, come on, oh, God.
Come on,
yeah.
guys.
Like it asked, would you be pretty surprised if it is a Jackson Dart here?
Yeah, I would be shocked here if it wasn't Dart. I mean, I can't see him trading up for Shedeur. Like you said, you've got to go for the if you're going to trade up and make that move, give up the assets to get back in the first round. Yeah, you have to be drafting that. It's got to be the traits guy.
Great price, delivered fast, right to their door. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
Football, experience the game like never before. The access, yes, you've seen and hear everything. The United Football League.
Yeah, and I forget who had the report up, but somebody was saying that Dable and had a problem with Sanders with some kind of something in the interview about putting in identifying a package, defensive package coming in or something. So there was some kind of negative out there as well about Dable not being a fan of Sanders.
Yeah. What would you say? Did you hear a report a couple days ago that Dable wasn't really a big Sanders fan?
Yeah. There was something about.
Yes, and Adam Schefter, Jordan Renan, who's the ESPN beat reporter for the Giants, did a podcast together in recent days, and one of the reports was word on the street that Jackson Dart is the guy Dable has his eyes on.
Yeah.
But was that a live shot of him? Because if that was a live shot of him, he does look like he was picked.
Ooh.
We shall see.
This was how many of the Giants fans definitely hoped the night would go. Get the pass rusher early, find a way to get the quarterback that you want. A little bit later in round one, it appears that's what they have done. So we are waiting the commissioner on the announcement. Here he comes onto the stage. to announce the Giants pick at number 25.
Here we go. Is it Dart or is it Shador?
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart.
There we go.
Well, let's take a drink because we both said he would be the second quarterback off the board.
There we go.
Solid B here because of the upside and where they got him.
Yep. Didn't have to give up too much to get in and get him. And for Houston, made the right move as well. Picked up the extra assets. And
he could sit at least the first half of the year behind either Russ or Jameis.
Exactly.
Yeah, traits. All about traits. Shador doesn't have those traits.
Exactly. Super high ceiling.
And the Rams pick is in, and let's see what they could do here. This could be Trey Amos.
Trade.
Oh, another trade. They traded the pick, and who came up? The Falcons came up.
Ooh.
Who could this be? Getting in front of the Ravens for Malachi Starks, perchance? Because Albert Breer was reporting Malachi Starks was the dream pick for the Ravens.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Atlanta jumping up. No Rams first round pick. Oh.
Well, keep in mind, Malachi Starks, but he's too redundant with Jesse Bates. This could be for a corner like Will Johnson, or it could be for Mike Green.
Could be Mike Green. That's right. Yeah, they still need that. Could still use that edge.
Yeah, so we gave the Vikings pick an A for Donovan Jackson. We give the Giants pick of Jackson Dart a B.
Yeah, B makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
It's got to be an edge rusher here. Atlanta's got to have somebody.
If they want that pure edge, it's Mike Green or James Pierce Jr. Matt Miller of ESPN said that the same source that told that Michael Penix was in play at 8 last year told him to mock James Pierce Jr. to the Falcons at 15 for crying out loud.
Wow.
And they couldn't do it because Jalen Walker fell in their laps, but I think they might trade up to get him right here. And there was buzz that the Lions might have been interested in him too. So I think it's James Pierce Jr. or Mike Green here.
So what? Schefter's saying Falcons get the 26 and the Rams 3rd round pick, and the Rams get the 2nd round pick, 7th round pick, and next year's number 1.
Wow, my goodness.
Crap.
Les Snead, you're a thief. Les Snead, you are a thief.
Unbelievable.
Unreal. You are. I'm giving this an F already for the Falcons. F for Falcons.
Oh, my God.
Terry Fontenot channeling his inner Mickey Loomis here, isn't he?
Wow, he did.
What'd you say?
This is why you don't give these GMs lifetime jobs here, Oh, my God. 1st round pick. Oh, God. Yeah, they've got to have it's got to be one of the edge rushers here. So,
yeah.
Do you go for the Tracy Green or do you go for.
Yeah, all right. Falcons get the Rams 3rd this year, and the Rams. And keep in mind, those 3rd round picks are late this year.
Yeah,
and I think the Rams fleeced them. The Rams got the 2nd and their 26th first. Fleece. A for the Rams, F for the Falcons.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Oh my God. Oh. And it's got to be a pass rush. I can't imagine them taking anybody else.
I think we got to drink here.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
A drink for the Vikings for Donovan Jackson. I mentioned that as a possibility.
We had that.
They might have they might be competing with the Lions and Eagles for best offensive line in football next year.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great pick.
All about protecting JJ. You completed the line.
All right. Oh, there's the sound.
The 26th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select
James Pierce Jr.
Oh, yeah.
Another great job by Matt Miller, showing why his insider chops are dang good. So
Yeah.
James Pierce Jr.
Yeah, and he had some off-field incident, right?
Character locker room.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, James Pierce Jr. But this is a C- for me.
Yeah.
Gave up your first.
Oh, my
you channeled Mickey Loomis. You turned into Mickey Loomis there, Terry Fontenot.
Yeah, exactly. Ugh.
Please, Sean Payton, do not trade back into the first round to get a running back and do what Fontenot just did. Do not do that.
Oh man.
And even I don't care how much he wants to. I think the ownership should veto it. Don't you?
Yeah.
Would you veto that?
Definitely. Oh my gosh. No doubt about it. Yeah. So Baltimore on the clock.
Malachi Starks, I think, makes a lot of sense.
Dropping right into their laps. Yeah.
Lucky leprechaun here for the Ravens. It's Malachi Starks, Mike Green, if they want to take a chance. I hear they like Josh Simmons as well. And I think Josh Simmons, the Ravens are well equipped to take a character chance on him because
definitely.
Yeah, long-term heir to Ronnie Stanley. Josh Simmons makes sense here.
Yeah, they've got the locker room to be able to take anybody they want here.
100%. Yeah. Because if he does, Atlanta finally has the rusher that they've been looking for. So, yeah, the Ravens, Breer was buzzing about, and I think Malachi Starks is a perfect compliment to Kyle Hamilton.
Oh, yeah.
You could put Kyle Hamilton back to his more natural position and Starks to be your center fielder here.
Yep, exactly. You can do more with Hamilton, which he's shown he's best at when he's, able to do that.
Yeah, or if the Ravens like to take risks on medical players with medical concerns, this could be like Josh Simmons has medical concerns, Jihad Campbell has medical concerns, and Will Johnson does too.
Yep.
Be interesting to see what the Ravens do here. All right, Sean Payton, do not trade up into the first round for Trey Henderson. Don't do that. Or Ezaraku, they need edge help.
Yeah, Ezaraku would be a fit here.
Yep.
Yeah, as usual, the Ravens have the draft fall to them, and their choice.
As my friend Bill Carroll says, it's like there's a lucky leprechaun in that draft room.
Yep, definitely no panic there in Baltimore. Jeez.
Yeah.
Eric DaCosta with his choice of.
It's like all their apps and channels are.
All right, Ravens. What brilliant value do you have here?
Mind control. Were you recently electrocuted? A better way to watch whenever you want to watch. Well, I for one am intrigued.
Get this, rap sheet. After their trade, the Falcons select James Pierce Jr., a player they've done extensive homework on. In fact, the team met with Pierce and his mom yesterday looking into his character. They believe the culture set by Raheem Morris will help. But that first round pick still.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, as I said, don't you think there's probably articles with headlines on some Falcons fan blogs that says, Fontenot turns into Loomis.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, first round pick. My God, that's just insane.
Yeah, like And as you said, I don't care how good Travion Henderson is. If the Broncos traded a first-round pick to go to the end of the first round to get him, would you piss and moan like never before?
Oh my God, that would be horrible. You can't be giving up a first. There's nobody worth a first-round pick. You know.
Correct.
Ugh. Yeah, Atlanta trading back up is the first, stupid move.
I have a gut. This is either Malachi Starks, Ezeraku, or one of the three injury red flag guys: Josh Simmons, Jahad Campbell, or Will Johnson.
Yep, that makes sense.
But I think I would personally go Starks if I had my pick. Would you?
I agree. I mean,
because the Ravens, their Achilles heel last year was they gave up too many explosive plays.
Yep,
they need to
plays.
Our friend Scotty, phenomenal show tonight, guys. Great info and awesome. It's thank you, Scotty, for supporting us, man. And maybe we'll have you join us on the program this time next year. How about that?
That right.
Yeah, Scotty knows his football, folks. Scotty, his dad is one of the main executives in my office building, and he's currently a freshman at the University of Kentucky.
Ooh.
All right. Oh, yeah, you hear the polka going on Green Bay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes me want to dance still. Yeah. All right, or this could be Mike Green.
Could
Ravens,
yeah. Pass rush makes sense.
Odafe Oye coming out of contract, Kavanoy, 34 years old, but Malachi Starks is tremendous value here.
Again, we got to drop a Georgia defender in their lap that fits a position they need to fill.
Here we go. Malachi Starks it is.
Yep.
I'd give it an A. This guy is he's only 21 years old and he has an incredibly high football IQ. And he allows them it frees up Kyle Hamilton to do what they want in the secondary. The value was right here. Give it an A. The lucky leprechaun in the Ravens draft room strikes again.
Yeah, exactly. Like we said, it proves that entire back end of the defense, lets them do what they want to do with Kyle Hamilton. You got a playmaker in Starks. Always around the football. You can put him in that center field position. You can move him up into the slot if you need to do that. Perfect fit for him, just a lucky leprechaun, like you said, drops right into their lap.
Scotty also wants to know thoughts on the Packers pick. We gave it a B+ because Golden does have upside, but the issue is in college he wasn't really a true wide receiver one.
Right.
At Houston, he wasn't. At Texas, and to his credit, he shined when the lights were brightest, and he's an excellent route runner. He does have potential, and the Packers, I think, have the staff to develop him, and the upside is through the roof. But he's obviously no sure thing, so we gave it a B+. But he could turn into Jordan Love's go-to guy in the long run. It's probably not going to happen this year, but it could happen 2-3 years down the road.
Exactly. Can develop into that one. A lot of people had him in the top 12 of the draft coming off the board, so great value there. But enough question marks to knock it down from an A.
Yeah, the Lions turned their pick in. They desperately need pass rush help opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Ezeraku, the perfect compliment. Aiden Hutchinson, he's the more well-rounded guy who's stiff against the run and can hunt the quarterback. Ezeraku is the perfect compliment to him. That guy who might not be the best defending run, but he could absolutely win that one-on-one and go get him.
Yep,
Ezeraku.
Which is what that defense is missing right now. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to be Ezeraku here. Because I do not like the offensive line value for them still on the board here, unless they want Josh Simmons to groom behind Taylor Decker, which would make sense, actually. They do have the culture to do it. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Mike Green, but Ezeraku. But keep in mind, Dan Campbell wants kneecap biters and guys who absolutely love the sport. Exactly. Like Jay Glazer said yesterday, there was a third category that teams for players that they took on board. That third category was doesn't love football. Dan, that is a big deal to a guy like Dan Campbell.
Huge deal. Yeah, you're not walking in that door if you don't love football there. So no doubt about it.
All right, but I'd go as Araku here.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
But here's the thing. They lost Carlton Davis, obviously, and they did sign DJ Reed, but Reed might be better in the slot. So they could get Maxwell Harrison here. And there's a report that they did a lot of work on Mad Max.
Ooh,
so that's
cornerback. Cornerback.
Yeah, but I'd go as Araku here. Got be a trust pick. Come on, Dan Campbell.
I mean, they were an edge rusher from the Super Bowl. Let's face it. You know, this is where these teams should be picking for their needs. You know, and that's they spent the money on DJ Reed. Mad Max, or if you. I don't know. Will Johnson? I can't see him doing that.
I'm just ready to go play ball.
What do you think about playing with a guy like Kyle Hamilton?
It's my dream.
All right. Lions. See what you got. So Ravens got an A there, didn't they?
Yep. Ravens with an A as usual. So.
Yep. And Packers fans are booing and hissing again because of the Lions around the clock. They don't like any of it. Well, they have a special hatred for the Bears because it's the longest rivalry, but I guarantee there's just as much hatred in their bones for the Lions and Vikings. Wouldn't you say so?
Oh, definitely. Especially with both of those teams playing well now. It just adds a little extra to it, It pumps it up a little.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Lions definitely got to go defense here. You said Hairston. I don't know if Will Johnson's really in the conversation here for them with the injuries. Edge rusher makes way too much sense. They should be getting an edge.
Yep. As Araku.
Yeah.
You have to fill in the holes, the gap that you have. Talking about them being designated on defense, they have to accumulate the depth, especially at the edge position.
Yeah, they got to get somebody. They need to start establishing that by getting some more players. I mean, Aiden needs some help. He needs a guy. He needs some juice off the edge. I mean, Donovan Ezra was still there. Mike Green from Marshall was still there. You would expect it to be a defensive pick simply because of the fact that they had so many injuries. Yeah. And it really just derailed everything they were trying to get done last year. Let's see what happens.
Yes, James Palmer, formerly of NFL Network, now of Underdog Fantasy Sports, who's based in Denver. He says, this might be obvious, but the Broncos never thought Johnny Bear was going to be there at 20. Never had to pick him. They loved his game. That was another, the Broncos, I think they might have pulled the Ravens of their own tonight.
Definitely. I mean, like we said, cornerback, high value position.
Never reach for need. Never.
Yep.
And running backs are luxury positions.
Yep.
Here we go, Lions. Tyleek Williams of Ohio State, a quintessential Dan Campbell kneecap biter.
Wow, there he is. Yep, definitely fits that.
He does. I'm going to actually give this a B- because I thought there was much better value on the board. I really did.
Yeah.
I like Tyleek Williams a lot. I still think there's upside with him, but I think there was better value here. I'll give it a B- for now, but a B- for him, Brad Holmes. We trust that it'll eventually work out. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think they would go there. They got
keep in mind, DJ Reader's not getting any older. He's the DJ Reader replacement.
Yeah, so
and he must love football.
Yep. So Ohio State guy, a big run stuffer. I mean that's.
He's gonna and you got some talented running. You got talented running backs in the NFC North with Aaron Jones.
Yep.
And Josh Jacobs. Got to stop that run and bait the JJ McCarthy and Jordan Love and Caleb Williams into mistakes.
Yep. So got to stop that run. He can still develop as a pass rusher.
And the Commanders are now on the clock. Now this is a good spot for Travion Henderson.
Oh yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
But there's some other picks that would make sense here as well. Maybe Emanwari to be the Cam Chancellor for Dan Quinn there in Washington, or Nick Squirton maybe coming off the edge.
Ooh, yeah, edge rusher definitely a need.
Corner like Trey Amos. Here's a sleeper pick here, Siobhan Ravel.
Ooh.
If you like his medicals, he's a typical Dan Quinn type of corner here.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, and for Washington coming out of nowhere making that run, yeah, I mean, definitely still have that need for the pass rusher here on that defense. Oof.
Yes. Oh, Sean Payton said something telling it is back to the Broncos for a moment. Sean Payton gave a clever quote in his pre-draft presser. Let's not bypass the crystal for a blender if we need a blender. And they needed another blender on defense because of the up and down play in that slot spot.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it goes to the rule of team building. You got to go to the hardware store before you go to the toy store.
Yep. Yeah, so for Washington, for a team picking at 29, definitely still have a lot of needs.
They're a trade back candidate here. They're a trade back candidate here.
Yep.
Could Josh Simmons make sense here?
Definitely.
The Texans, I think, might have traded back to where they did with the Giants because I think they know like some of these offensive linemen that I've talked about are going to be there tomorrow.
Yeah, the Connerleys, those type of guys. I mean, Simmons could be there too. Yeah, it's definitely looking that way.
Although they want high character guys, though.
Yeah.
All right, Commanders. They're still on the clock. Maybe they're looking to trade. Keep in mind they only have 5 picks, but turn the pick in.
Yeah, they need. Definitely can add to that defense. Pass rusher makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a very veteran defense, so you could look at Washington plugging in anybody at any position on the defense.
Yes, they could use any help on defense here. Siobhan Ravel is a sleeper possibility here, or another one. He might not be Jonas Savanaia if they want. Keep in mind, Sam Cosmi might miss the first half of the season.
Yep. So
offensive line, guard or tackle.
Yeah, so definitely a need there.
I wouldn't be shocked at all if this is Ravel.
That would make a lot of sense. Yep. Definitely a need there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and plus he's that press corner that Dan Quinn likes. So exactly. Nick Emanwari, Siobhan Ravel, Travion Henderson.
And like we talked about with the character guys here as well, I don't see a Green dropping in there or anything. Or
yeah.
But Simmons.
Will Harris is. They got to upgrade the safety. This could be Emanwari, and Emanwari was compared to Jeremy Chin, who they lost in free agency, and the Commanders apparently wanted to keep him, but not at the price the Raiders signed him for.
Mm-hmm.
So he's another name. God, so many options for the Commanders. A team that is far ahead of schedule. Just so happy for their fan base with that new ownership. They got a guy who's already a top 5 quarterback in Jane Daniels. He had the best rookie season out there, but you got to keep building on it and get. I would still add guys who can. Who are good character guys who can help right away. That should be the premise for this pick here.
Yep.
Let's pick the best guy on your board, and those are the characteristics that fit the best guy on the board.
Exactly.
With the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Connerly.
Josh Connerly.
Oh, going to the offensive line. Wow. All right.
Yeah, Josh Connerly. There's still some good things about it, but I think he might need a redshirt year to work on that core strength of his. That's why I give this a C+. I like the positional value, but he's not going to help you this year.
Right. He's not a plug and play tackle there.
He needs a year of development.
Yeah.
But here's a good thing. You can have him play guard this year.
Yeah.
For Sam Cosby, he's got that versatility. There's no problem with that. So I'm actually giving this a B- then.
Give it a
B-.
Yep.
Yeah, B- for the Commanders here.
Yeah. That's good.
And the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock at 30. All right, Josh Connerly Jr., there you are. Actually, the value is pretty good. He was 34 on Arif Hassan's consensus board.
That's not bad. Yeah, and hey, you got to protect your investment there.
Yes, absolutely. B- because I'm worried about the core strength, but I think he could play guard this year and fill it until Sam Cosmi is ready to come back. And then kick him out to tackle eventually. Just keep developing that core strength, then kick him out to tackle. Yeah. That would be my plan for him.
Makes sense.
All right. Now the Buffalo Bills are on the clock, and word has it they're a big fan of the corner from Ole Miss, Trey Amos. But they need more help up front, although I'm not sure Ezeraku, perchance?
Ezeraku would be an interesting fit.
They need another edge.
You
can never have too much. I said, give you a three-headed monster at edge with Gregory Rousseau, Donovan Ezeraku, and
Joey Bosa.
Joey Bosa. Yeah,
we don't know what he's got.
But corners and even more pressing. So Trey Amos or Maxwell Harrison would be my two guesses here. And if you were picking between those two corners, who would be the pick here?
Ooh, that's a toughie one there. Again, two different cornerbacks in what the type of cornerback that you have there, what they're bringing to the table. Mad Max, if you're going for Hairston, probably one of the fastest players in that. In the draft, but a smaller cornerback too. He's under 6 feet tall, doesn't have a big frame on him. Amos has more of that length that you're looking for, and definitely not a slow. Ran a 4.40 as well. So I can see the fit for the Bills with Amos there as their why he's linked to them. He definitely balled out this year at Old Miss, had a great year. So steps right up in the running game. Like I said, has that length, has that height that you want, has that play strength. But if you don't mind a smaller and you need that faster, cornerback, like I said, Amos, Hairston, like I said, that you're not going to find anybody faster in the draft here than him. So
definitely not.
And but like I said, doesn't have that size. Doesn't quite has to recover. It doesn't have that strength in the press. Bigger wide receivers could give him a problem. So really, it's what are you looking for here?
Or is this Will Johnson if they're okay with his medicals?
Yeah, and then you've got Johnson on the board there as well. If you're into the medical, if you confident in the medicals or waiting him out, could be a great value pick.
Yeah. And we got a funny tweet here. Funny that the Browns took a Michigan defensive tackle and the Lions took an Ohio State defensive tackle. And this is one of the content managers at ESPN, Tom DeCourt. Shefty retweeted it.
Yeah, no regional picks here, I guess.
Yeah.
Has been so good and yet come up just short in such painful fashion multiple times in the last few years.
Yeah, Trey Amos or Maxwell Harrison seems most likely, but Donovan Ezeraku would be excellent here too.
Yeah.
against Mahomes in Kansas City and just couldn't quite get it done at the finish. So let's see which direction they go. Everyone here is expecting defense. Yeah, Josh Allen and that Bills.
Or another big curveball, Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver from Iowa State.
Wide receivers, a sneaky need there to get somebody in there.
Yeah.
So how do you close? You got to get as close as the defense side of the ball where they can turn the ball over and give Josh Allen one more possession, give him one more press at the football.
And we can see the commissioner making his way.
Oh, and we got another special guy to announce the pick.
The NFL is stepping up to have an even greater impact as a wish maker for Make-A-Wish.
Oh, another Make-A-Wish. Love it. Why don't you have a draft full of Make-A-Wish people to make picks for all the teams? Let's do that.
Exactly.
Why not?
It would make sense.
Tommy is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder. Is a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with me to make the announcement for his beloved Bills. Go ahead, Tommy.
Yeah, let's go, Tommy. Deserves a hand from all of America.
Definitely.
Let's go, Buffalo.
Woo! Sorry, Hal.
No problem.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison.
Maxwell Hairston it is. The corner from Kentucky. Scotty Safratic, you're a Kentucky Wildcat. Congratulations. You got one of your boys going to the Bills in the first round.
So Hairston, like we said, not going to find anybody faster. Has that deep speed. Ran the
to cover that, they needed that quarter. B+ right here for me.
B+ definitely. Yep, definitely fits that need, desperate need for Buffalo. Value pick, value position there. So plug and play him right in there opposite Benford, and you've got he doesn't have to cover the number one receivers. So good pick for them there.
And you just extended. The Chiefs have traded out. The Chiefs have traded out, and who has come up? Oh, just a one spot move. Eagles move up.
Oh, wow.
So they just did a little swap, I guess. Just a light round pick swap. So who could the Eagles be targeting here? They would love to get a safety. I believe it was Matt Miller. Would they love to get a safety on Nick Emenwari, perchance, because you don't want your current safety core. And Cooper Najee, he's like the taller Jade Baird. He's a nickel, not a safety.
Exactly.
So this could be Nick Emenwari, but I think you go trenches here, and I think you take Nick Scorton. Would make a lot of sense. Nick Scorton, a Brandon Graham clone here, or Jahad Campbell, perhaps. If you're okay with his medicals. You need a linebacker. N'Kobe Dean is often heard, and he's coming out of contract.
That would be interesting.
Or maybe it's Josh Simmons.
I saw.
As the long-term successor to learn behind Lane Johnson.
That wouldn't be a great value pick there. Yeah.
Or Ezaraku. This could be Ezaraku.
Oof, yeah. Get that pass rusher.
James Palmer, who has a lot of sources at the Eagles building as well, says this is defense. Heavy draft for the Eagles. Look for them to go defense here. And keep in mind, the Eagles only moved up one spot to take Jalen Carter a couple years ago.
That's right.
And the Bears Bears fans have to know the Bears weren't the only team that passed on him. The Seahawks could have taken him, and a culture guy like Pete Carroll didn't seem as a fit. So it definitely made sense at the time, and I thought it still makes sense given where the Bears were at a couple years ago to just trade back and take your tackle.
Yeah.
What do you think? Because Jalen Carter, he couldn't go to a team that was beginning a rebuild. He had to go to a team with a established veteran leadership to show him the way, and the Bears didn't have that at the time. Did they?
No, they certainly didn't. And a lot of those guys just don't work out in that situation. It's
Yeah.
the fit matters, the environment and the fit matters so much on where these guys go and who the coaching staff is, who the veteran players are, you know, whether there's somebody there that's going to take them under their wing and keep them focused throughout that season. That's a huge part of the draft. Is that the most difficult part to figure out? You can watch them on tape and watch them play, but if you know they're not the right attitude, right fit in that locker room, you could have
Yeah.
problems.
Never underestimate the importance of locker room culture in the NFL and all the other major sports leagues.
Yep.
Locker room culture is everything.
Yeah.
Like,
So did we talk about with the Eagles? Did we talk about a potential tight end? when we were
yes,
talking
Mason
about the
Taylor.
trade? Mason Taylor. Time.
Yes, because Dallas Goedert's on the block. You need
Yep.
this could be Mason Taylor here. I think Howie was going to go trick this year, but I wouldn't be shocked at all if this is Mason Taylor. Heck, I wouldn't be shocked if the Chiefs took him next.
No, either one we talked about. Yeah, definitely a possibility. Both of these teams. Yeah, and then like you said, the Kobe Dean replacement is a big deal.
And guess what? Lance Zierlein's player comp for Mason Taylor, Dallas Goedert.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Carbon copy. And an even a better character. I'm not saying Dallas Goedert's a bad guy. No, Dallas Goedert's an excellent guy. But Mason Taylor, like, there's something special about him with his bloodlines.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Each thinks football. Father Jason Taylor, Hall of Fame defensive end. Uncle Zach Thomas, Hall of Fame linebacker.
I mean, yeah, you're not getting better bloodlines than that in the NFL.
Correct.
Yeah. So yeah. So if they switch it up and go offense, I could see tight end. Yeah, you're right. Tight end, both Kansas City and Philadelphia. That's a possibility here. So. But yeah, I like it. Oh, defense, yeah, seems like a. Yeah, is zero.
Yeah, Ezeraku, Nick Scorton, Mason Taylor, Mike Reed, if you're willing to take the risk on character, Jahad Campbell, if you're okay with the medicals.
Yeah.
Josh Simmons as a potential successor to Lane Johnson here.
Yeah.
Emin Wari, if you want the safety, but I think Howie's bread and butter is always stretches. So my expectation is going to be Ezeraku or Donovan Ezeraku or Nick Scorton. Nick Scorton, clone of Brandon Graham.
Yeah.
You might have heard him going through a little upgrade by tax. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone,
yeah.
Pain-free.
So, God, this night's another reminder to don't buy into all the hype in the hours leading up to the draft. We have only 3 trades tonight, 4 trades tonight, and I said there would be less than 5, and unless the Chiefs trade out at 32, I am my initial hunch was right. Sometimes you got to trust your initial hunch because the line gets cranked up to 11 in the days and hours leading up to the draft.
Yep.
Yeah. I actually think the Jaguars-Browns trade was a win-win for both teams. I really do.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, for the Browns, they needed the extra picks, no doubt about it. And for the Jags to take advantage, like we said, to take advantage of being in a situation they didn't expect. They're expecting to bounce back and be in the conversation for, challenging for first place in their division. So to be able to get that impact player just makes total sense for Jacksonville.
Yeah.
All right. Eagles up.
Yep. Eagles. Let's go. Yeah. Nick Scorton, Donovan Ezeraku, Mason Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm let's see, D tackles. Darius Alexander out of Toledo. This is a little too early for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they'd go. I can see edge rusher makes a lot of sense.
TJ Sanders, maybe. D tackles. Well, I like the edges that are left on the board much better. Yeah. Oh, Chiefs have turned in their pick. So 4 trades. It was less than 5.
Ooh.
I was right for taking the under.
There you go.
To the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell.
Jihad
Ooh.
Campbell!
There we go. Fill in that middle of the defense. Oof.
Keep in mind, he's a linebacker edge hybrid. Oh, God, I just hope he turns out to be healthy because of the medical red flags play around. But I'm giving this an A for value. This guy was
he's a top 10 value, like 10, 15.
Because of his versatility. And if he's healthy, the Eagles have their own version of Micah Parsons on that defense.
Oh,
Vic Fangio loves those guys.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah.
A, Howie. Does Howie get another A here?
Howie gets another A, obviously. I mean, even if you redshirt him this year and say, hey, get 100% healthy.
I get healthy. Go to the training staff, get your body right, get your nutrition plan in,
and all of a sudden you get a top 10 pick, to plug into your defense. Somebody that's, when healthy, is a top 10 value here.
And the pick is in for the Chiefs. I can see them going several ways here. Nick Scorton for edge help, Ezeraku or Mike Green. They need pass rush help. Josh Simmons, the tackle from Ohio State. Oh, they desperately. But don't sleep on Travion. Do not sleep on Travion Henderson here, because as Jeremy Fowler reported, the Chiefs held a Zoom session with him this week and Andy Reid participated. That said, if you think you have the culture in place, I think the Chiefs do, to get to for Josh Simmons, then I would take him, because your tackle position has been an absolute mess. Mess.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, tackle.
Or Mason Taylor. I like Mason Taylor over Travion Henderson here.
Yep, Mason Taylor, plug him in as again, like we said, give him that 1 year to learn under Kelsey and have him ready to go for the next season. Makes a lot of sense there.
Yes. And what grade do we give Maxwell Harrison again? I gave it a B+.
Yeah, B+ sounds good. I'll give him a B on that. Yep.
All right.
Like we said, it just mattered on Amos or Hairston, which one that, what do you want? Do you want the speedy guy? Do you want the other one? What's it going to be?
Indeed.
Yeah, so Kansas City edge rusher makes a lot of sense here. Definitely can use an upgrade there.
Absolutely.
And like we said, if they, Andy Reid can pretty much handle anybody in that locker room. So Simmons definitely a possibility, because neither tackle, Jawan Taylor or Jalen Moore, I wouldn't be very comfortable with either one there. So.
What is it like standing up here as the newest member of Philadelphia?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if you're okay with Josh Simmons, if you think you could deal with his character issues and you're okay with his medicals, I think he has to be the pick here.
Yeah, it's such a need for them. And and again, based on the tape, if when he was healthy, I mean, he was,
All right, here's Schefter.
To go get Jihad Campbell, and the trade fell through, but they were able to persevere and trade up once.
The Eagles try to trade up for Jihad Campbell even earlier.
Oh, geez.
According to Schefter. Looks like that lucky leprechaun was also in the Eagles draft room.
Yep, didn't have to give up any picks, and he drops right to him. Unbelievable.
Yeah. I can't wait to see how Fangio utilizes him. He's going to find a way to utilize him the right way. It kind of like a Micah Parsons way.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, Shefty was confirming what Albert Breer reported. He's going to need surgery on his opposite shoulder after the 2025 season, and he's had knee problems as well. So, but it's in a draft like this, in the late first round, you take chances like that.
Exactly.
Especially if you're the Eagles. You're the champs. Roll the dice.
Roll the dice. Exactly. Yep. Same with the Chiefs here. You need that left tackle for the future. Great time to roll the dice on Simmons. You know?
Simmons, yes. But it could be Travion Henderson, could be Nick
Yep.
Scorton, could be Donovan Ezeraku.
No, I was just going to say, just piggyback off of Josh Simmons. When he was healthy, the end of last year and the first quarter of this season, he's the best tackle in the draft. There's nothing he can't do. He's just coming up with the tell technical. Here's the commissioner in the rounds, the final pick of round 1.
All right, the first round concludes with the Chiefs, who came short of a three-peat.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select
Josh Simmons it is. A for Andy Reid.
Yeah, does it again.
The value here, yes, there's risk with even more so the torn patellar tendon, but he's been cleared. They needed a tackle badly, and they didn't even have to trade up. Heck, they traded back a spot for him. Give it an A+.
God, exactly. You pick up an extra late round pick, and you still get, again. Yeah, you redshirt them this year. You get them 100% healthy. You get them straightened out in the locker room, and like I said,
yes,
based on the tape,
this is the moral of the story. Yes, I understand. Yes, like offensive tackle, kind of like quarterback, is a position you have to constantly roll the dice on until you got a double six.
Yep. Exactly.
And they rolled the dice on day 2 project tackles last year, these past 2 years, and Wanya Morris in 2023 and Kingsley Suamataia last year. And based on what they showed, they're definitely not the long-term answer at tackle. Not. And you have to take your tackles in the first round because that's where the return on investment is best for this position. Because after the first round, the return on investment for tackles drops off a cliff. Yep. Have to be a tackle here, straight A. Yep. And so this first round of the draft, all right, let's analyze. What was your favorite pick of the night, if you had to pick one, Hal?
I mean, I love Jacksonville trading up to number 2 to get Travis Hunter. I mean, that was just, a bold move. And like we had talked about it, A+ move for them. I mean, I really thought it was going to set the tone, and we'd have a few more trades coming out of that. Yep. But definitely did not have that. But I thought that bold move, moving up for Travis Hunter, he's the most special player in the draft, the most special player maybe in the last 10 years in the draft. Love that move.
Yes, and you address big needs about offense and defense. He had Brian Thomas Jr., Trevor Lawrence, and with Liam Kotsky. This is the chance. I'm optimistic we're going to see the Trevor Lawrence that we expected to see years ago.
Right, exactly.
I couldn't be more optimistic for Trevor. They finally got rid of Bulky. Oh my God, why? But the problem is, Sean should have fired him a day after the season. I don't know why he realized it just in the nick of time because Liam Cohen, I'm sure he was going to. He had an agreement with Tampa for an extension, but when he realized that, he said, "Oh, I got to get rid of Bulky because he's turning people off."
Yeah.
But why did it took him too late to realize he was a turnoff? Never know.
I don't get it at all. Yeah. So, I mean, I would put that probably edge out Baltimore getting Malachi Starks dropping to them. And then these last, what a great
the last 2 picks, Eagles
and the last 2 picks,
organization. Yeah, great value with Jahad Campbell and Josh Simmons.
Yep. So those last 2 picks, Baltimore as usual, getting Starks. Those were the real eye-opening picks that were just great picks, great value. Raiders getting Ashton Genty at number 6, not having to move around and trade up or anything, getting one of the last impact player there, the blue chipper. So those were probably my favorite picks there in the draft.
Yeah, 100%, no doubt about it. And I also like the Bucks thinking a year or two ahead in
Oh,
advance. Because
yeah.
Mike Evans, Chris Godwin are getting long in the tooth.
Yeah.
Taylor-made replacement for Godwin and Emeka Egbuka. The Steelers also, Derek Harmon. If God willing, if his health if those health concerns don't come to pass, he's a perfect successor for Cam Hayward. That was much better value for them than Shedeur. It really was. And I'm actually
Really
glad
was.
the Steelers did that, because the Steelers shouldn't panic on a quarterback right now. They
Nope.
should be willing to take their medicine, have a losing season, winning by only 6-7 games, and trade some guys, like trade George Pickens, get more premium assets coming your way, and give you the ammo to trade up for a quarterback next year.
Exactly. Next year.
Just the Browns did the same thing. Steelers should follow suit.
Exactly.
Because you got Joe Burrow and Lamar, and two of the four best quarterbacks in the league in that division. Load up on assets. Browns did it tonight. Steelers have to follow suit.
Yep. Steelers got to take their medicine eventually. Yep. And throw the Broncos. I mean, Johnny Barron, great value there to get that cornerback.
Yes, never reach for need. And running backs are a luxury.
I mean, you can any running back you want, like, trade up here in the second round. You know, that's
whether it's trade that Anderson, Quinshon Judkins, or Caleb Johnson, or you can trade back from 51 and get like a duo of Davey Martinez and Bishal Tootin.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever. Yeah, so many options at running back there that are available, no doubt about it.
And I think the fact TreVeyon Henderson fell out of the first round, I think it has to do with concerns about the longevity of his foot.
Yeah.
Benjamin Albright, for what it's worth, that buzz about him being a first round pick, I still think he doesn't get by the Bears at 39 and 41 tomorrow. Yeah. I don't, because of his relationship with Eric Bieniemy. But the fact that he lasted past the first round kind of shows that. As much as he's loved, I think it shows that a lot of teams aren't confident in that foot long term.
Yeah. And you know, the Falcons, Jalen Walker dropping to them at 15.
But why piss it away by turning it like you?
Oh, and then to trade back up and give up next year's first round pick for James Pierce. Like, you could have traded. I mean, I don't think anybody left in the first round had any intention of drafting James Pierce. Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo.
We don't know. I'm curious to hear what their intel is. I'm sure more will come out in the coming days. We're never going to know the truth on these things, though.
Yeah.
Because NFL teams always like to keep a lot of truth secret.
But to trade away the first round pick.
Mickey Loomis. Oh my God! Like Terry Fontenot channeled his inner Mickey. God damn it! You pissed away an A+ night and you made it a C night.
Yeah.
With that trade. Oh my friggin' goodness. Well, yeah.
So Atlanta had one of the best moves and one of the worst moves. You know?
Yeah. Jekyll and Hyde.
Yep.
Yes. All right. I'm curious. Let's. I'm going to pull up NFL.com, the draft tracker here, and I want to mock the first 10 picks of the second round. And we start with the Browns at 33. They might want to move back for more picks. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Sean Payton traded up to here to 33 to get TreVeyon Henderson. So let's, even though I don't want to tap it, we'll mock it like that. It's even harder to mock the second round. So that's my pick. Browns trade down, get the Broncos third next year, and the Broncos get TreVeyon Henderson.
Makes sense.
What about 34? We have 34. We got the Texans on the board. You can't take Jayden Higgins off it. Let's see, wide receiver. Oh, could this be a spot for Luther Burden? But I've heard character concerns about him. I'm not sure he fits that culture there. Ariante Ursary.
Ursary makes sense. A good,
And the Titans at 35, they might want to trade out too to recoup some of the value lost in the L'Jarius Sneed trade. And I could see let's find a trading partner for the Titans. Saints.
Saints makes sense.
And they take Tyler Shug at 35. So Shug goes before Shador.
Shug before Shador. All right. Yeah, makes sense.
And the Browns at 36. They got Mason Graham. I think they take Nick Scorton to be the opposite edge of.
I was just going to say, edge makes perfect sense right there.
You're rebuilding that fearsome front four that you had a couple years ago that fell off a cliff last year. You got Myles Garrett, I got Mason Graham in the middle, and Nick Scorton there, and you trade down and get the Broncos third in this situation. Home run there. So, the mock we gave. Browns traded back with the Broncos. Browns got Denver's third round pick next year. Travion Henderson at 33. Houston Texans at 34. They take Ariante Ursary. The Tennessee Titans at 35. They trade back with the Saints at 40 to take Tyler Shug. They take Tyler Shug. And the Browns at 36 take Nick Scorton. Back to the Raiders at 37. They need a corner. I think they roll the dice on Will Johnson.
Will Johnson makes a lot of sense at the top of the second round. That's
great value. Will Johnson, Pete Carroll corner. And there was buzz that the Raiders have a high grade on him and would have and might have considered him at 6 under certain scenarios.
Ooh.
I'm not sure that's true, but he definitely fits the mold of a Carroll corner. So Will Johnson's the pick there. Patriots at 38. You need a weapon.
Mason Taylor,
Mason Taylor. Yes,
yeah.
Mason Taylor. Get Mason Taylor at 38. And the Bears at 39. I think they take Donovan Ezra, who doesn't necessarily fit the Dennis Allen archetype, but he's worked with smaller rushers before. Von Miller, hello.
Yeah.
And Ben Johnson wants culture guys. Schlesinger is a linebacker, perchance, or let's see who else would make sense. Quinshon Judkins, David Montgomery. Quinshon Judkins, have him be the ham.
Yeah,
Judkins the pick at 39 for the Bears in this situation.
There we go.
And the Titans traded back to 40, and I think they take Donovan Ezra.
There's Ezra. Yep, that's a fit there.
And at 41, the Bears take Landon Jackson, the defensive end out of Arkansas. He's I'm not the biggest fan of this, but he's a Dennis Allen archetype. So right there. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the last but not least, the Jets at 42. You need another weapon. Get Jaden Higgins.
There we go.
Jaden Higgins. You got your tackle in round 1 now. You need the tight end, but the tight end cupboard's bare here. Jaden Higgins and Garrett Wilson. You got a potentially elite receiver duo and a potentially elite tackle duo.
Perfect.
So that is our top picks 33 to 42, second round mock draft. And so concludes our 2025 NFL Draft live stream. Folks, thank you so much for tuning in. And Hal and I definitely look forward to bringing it to you next year and for many draft cycles to come. And in the meantime, please choose love, please choose kindness, please choose compassion, please choose selflessness, and above all, please choose empathy, which are the core characteristics of the best teammates and teams in any sport. Until the next Sports Crunch podcast drops, cats, kittens, stay cool.